Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the side event of the 14th International Greenhouse Gas Conference, hosted by the Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Research Center of the Korean Ministry of Environment. My name is Kim Kyung-mi, and it is my great honor to be your MC for today. 여러분 안녕하세요. Thank you very much for your welcome. Now we'll begin the side event, and it will be the panel discussion with our distinguished panelists. The focus of this session is on enhancing technical capacity of developing countries, challenges and opportunities with a focus on national GHG inventories. At first, I would like to welcome our moderator, Mr. Gonzalo Gafejero from Bordella Dashi, a sustainable Ladakh, now who has 24 years of experience working in the field of climate change, including mitigation, adaptation, transparency, and climate finance. So without further ado, let's welcome him to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this side event that, as was just mentioned, is dedicated to enhancing technical capacity of developing countries, identifying the challenges and the opportunities with a focus on greenhouse gas inventories. My name is Gonzalo Cavalheiro, and indeed I have been working on climate change for more than 24 years already, and in this time, you might imagine that I've participated in events such as this one for quite a few times. And when I first got this very nice invitation from GIR and from PATPAT to be here, I started reflecting what else is new that needs to be discussed after 20 or 30 years discussing enhancing capacity, addressing challenges and barriers, not only in developing countries, but also in developed countries, which have been working on their greenhouse gas inventories also for 25 to 30 years. But in fact, as I looked into the presentations that our colleagues are going to share with us, I realized that indeed there is still a lot to be discussed. And the fact that countries have had experience for the last 20 or 30 years doesn't mean that we were able to share this knowledge and this experience with everyone else. And many of the challenges that people and countries and each one of us are facing today in developing their greenhouse gases inventories and their biannual update reports and their national communications, and as people are getting ready for their biannual transparency reports, these barriers and challenges are similar, but they're also very different. Each country is a very specific set of circumstances which are not repeatable anywhere across time or across the world. Nonetheless, there is still a lot that we can learn from each other, and sometimes we can learn a little bit from this country and a little bit from this other country. And indeed, the key recommendation that I would give to all of you participating here today is that you will not be able to fix all your barriers and challenges and problems today, but if you manage to find one little hint of how one colleague of yours has solved a specific problem or has addressed a specific barrier, then take that one with you home, share it with your colleagues at home, and then work on it. Don't try to take it all, but at least take something. So we are going to be together for about 90 minutes this morning. And immediately after these introductory remarks from myself, we will hear from Oscar Zarzo, the director of the PATPAT Secretariat. And then we are going to hear from 6 panelists which were participating in this training that is finishing today. And we are going to hear from them on their experiences, the status of their country's greenhouse gas inventories, and on how they are addressing barriers and identifying opportunities to move forward. In that panel, which I will introduce in a few minutes, you will have the opportunity to introduce questions, general questions, or specific to each of the presenters. And I would definitely encourage you to actively engage with them, because indeed it's a very rare opportunity to have a room full of so many knowledgeable experts from all over the world. And so do take advantage of these opportunity. And then once these questions and comments and this discussion is concluded, we will close our side event for the morning. And now, without further ado, I would like to introduce some congratulatory remarks from Oscar Zarzo, which cannot be here with us today, and so he is addressing us via a video.
Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure for me today to welcome you all at this side event on enhancing technical capacity of developing countries and the related challenges and opportunities on national greenhouse gas inventories. My name is Oscar Zarzo, and I am the head of the Secretariat of the Partnership on Transparency in the Paris Agreement. The partnership is a joint initiative of Germany, the Republic of Korea, and South Africa, and has been supporting capacity development and peer exchange in the field of transparency since it was launched in 2010. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our colleagues at the Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Research Center of Korea, GIR, for organizing this event in the sidelines of the International Greenhouse Gas Conference. This is a great opportunity to bring together national experts from different countries to share own experiences and learn on how to improve greenhouse gas inventories and implement national mitigation targets. Such dialogues are very important for sharing country experiences on the compilation of greenhouse gas inventories and learning on how to address certain challenges that may arise from collecting sectoral data, engaging relevant ministries, and ensuring the quality and reliability of the reports. As many countries are transitioning to the enhanced transparency framework under the Paris Agreement and will start preparing their first biannual transparency reports soon, such exchange of experiences will gain even more importance to promote bilateral and multilateral learning of good practices in enhancing national policy and institutional frameworks for the new enhanced transparency framework, improving the quality of greenhouse gas inventories and thereby contributing to the monitoring of the implementation and achievement of NDCs and long-term strategies. At the Secretariat of the Partnership on Transparency in the Paris Agreement, we are supporting countries globally in strengthening their MRV and transparency systems through international and regional dialogues, capacity development, and targeted in-country support. Together with GIR, we are closely working on expanding the opportunities for countries to access more capacity development support and access most updated knowledge and information. We are regularly publishing various knowledge products to provide access to most recent tools, methodologies, and approaches to reporting greenhouse gas emissions and mitigation actions. I hope that today's exchange via the panel discussions and inputs will generate useful insights and experiences that all the participants can take home, not only as inspirations, but also as a guidance and example to use and to work with. With that, I wish you most interesting discussions and learnings on how to bring forward the climate transparency action. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. It's a shame Oscar cannot be here because he's very well known of many of you and is also a very knowledgeable expert on transparency issues. But he is here in spirit with us, and I'll make sure to give him feedback of our discussions today. So as I mentioned, we are now going into a panel discussion on country experiences, and is indeed always a great privilege to be able to listen to experiences from different countries in a single location. I would like to ask to join me in the stage Subarna Musarraf from Bangladesh, Forrest Smart from Guyana, Pradeep Kumar from India, Evelyn Mel from Papua New Guinea, Rubidzai Munduru from South Africa, and Joseph Tamale from Uganda. Thank you for your availability to present your country experiences and your own personal experiences also today. You were challenged to, in 10 minutes, answer 3 guiding questions in your presentations. What is the current greenhouse gas emissions and removal status in your country? What are the barriers and challenges to the development of an inventory system and reporting transparent information on greenhouse gas emissions? And finally, what are the initial steps and supports or opportunity required to improve national capacity? Of course, I know each one of you, and please take a seat, each one of you will like to present your country as you do this and provide the national circumstances of your country, which is always very important to understand the specific challenges and barriers and opportunities that each country is facing. But please, as I was mentioning before, go as fast as possible to the core of your presentation because it's only 10 minutes and everyone is eager to really understand what are the main challenges, barriers, and opportunities that you are facing in submitting biannual update reports under the convention and preparing for your biannual transparency reports under the Paris Agreement. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Subarna. Subarna?
So, Assalamu alaikum all. Good morning. This is Subarna Musharraf from Bangladesh. And it's a great privilege for me to be here with all of the experts here. So, welcome to my presentation. I'm going to present my national geology inventory of Bangladesh. Throughout the presentation, I'm going to discuss about institutional arrangement, national geology inventory, mitigation actions, and constant gas and way forward. So, welcome to Bangladesh, because for coming few minutes, we are going to discuss about our Bangladesh. So, Bangladesh is a country which is situated in the northern hemisphere with a 0.147 million of square kilometer of area. The total number of population is 165 million. So you can see the problem. Where is the problem? So I would like to say one more thing, that Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable country due to climate change. And I would like to say that it's one of the innocent victim of the climate change, because we are contributing in the 0.47% to the global emission, and we are suffering so much. So these are some pictures from different sectors of Bangladesh. And as a non-Annex 1 party, Bangladesh is obliged to submit national communication and biennial update report. So, as you can see, I put some structure here that how our institutional arrangement is done. So, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change from Bangladesh is the responsible for submitting the national GHG inventory to the UNFCCC and also the focal point of UNFCCC. And Department of Environment as a technical arm of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they do the job of developing GHG inventory. So Department of Environment collect data from different government and non-government organizations, and they develop the inventory. So there are some key issues I would like to focus on. That there is no formal institutional setup or no since we are doing the national GHG inventory from early 2000s, but still we do not have any formal institutional setup or no regulatory budgetary framework for our GHG inventory. And there is no legal framework or any laws, and there is the GHG inventory we are doing, that's only a project basis, and that's a part of the national communication. So strengthening institutional arrangement, we are currently we do not have any formal setup, but we are really working on it through a project financed by JEF, CBIT project. We are working on it, and with all of the stakeholders, we are trying to sign a MOU with BBS. BBS is the national statistical organization of our country. So far, Bangladesh has submitted 3 NCs, national communications, and in 2002, 2012, and 2018. So here you can see the emitting condition of our country. In 2023, we are going to submit our first BUR. So far, we haven't submitted anyone. So it's gonna be our first BUR, and it's almost it's finalized, and it's in the approving process. And as you know, in 2024, we all are obliged to submit our BTR. So I'm going to present my overall GHG inventory scenario from our emission scenario from the first BUR. So in the first BUR, we used 2006 IPCC guidelines and Tier 1. And there was a QA/QC to manage the quality of the data. We performed a QA/QC. We decided some QA/QC personnel, and we did some responsibilities for them, and they actually were totally engaged and involved to develop the GHG first BUR. And in 2000, our first BUR is incorporating data from 2013 to 2029. And in 2029, you can see we had 214 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent emission. And you can see energy is the highest contributing sector. Energy already, its contribution is 54%. Agriculture is almost 34%. Afolu sector is almost 34%. 10% from the waste sector, and almost 2% from the IPPU sector. So this is the removal scenario of our country. We only have removal from we have 3 sources of sink, where that is forest and remaining forest land, forest converted to forest land, and grassland remaining grassland. So from 2030, I just put some information from 2030 and 2039. The change in 2030, we had the emission of 173 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent emission, and in 2019, as I earlier mentioned, it's 214, almost 23%. We can see that hike almost 3%, 23%. So here is the sector-wise contribution each year, and that is the sector-wise GHG trend. So mitigation target. About mitigation target, our first INDC. in 2015, where business as usual scenario, from this business as usual scenario, we decided to remove 5% of GHG emission, and with conditionals, it would be 15%. And we submitted our NDC, National Determined Contributions, in 2021, where we business as usual scenario increased up to 6.73%, and conditional scenario was 15.12%. Mitigation actions in Bangladesh. Here are some actions which is not so significant yet, but we are trying. So mitigation policies, we have some policies, some long-term policies, some mid-term policies, some rules and regulations. But one thing I would like to share, that we do not have any specific policy or regulations for climate change or GHG inventory. National Energy System. Under the CVAT project I earlier mentioned, we are trying to we set up a national MRV system, and this is in progress. It is the platform. It's the online platform for the national MRV system, where all stakeholders are going to submit their informations, and we can extract our information from this online platform. And so far, we have drafted our first ETF. To achievement and progress, we do have some achievement and progress. Like we got some we got some fund from the different organizations. We implemented that, but if we want to say that how much did it impact in terms of reducing the GHG inventory, I do not really have that data right now, but we have some progress, and we are trying to get in there. So constraints and gaps. As a third world country, as a developing country, we always have some gaps in there. So I pointed 5 of them, like institutional arrangement is not in place, data generation gap, lack of coordination, lack of awareness, and lack of sector-specific fund. Needs and way forward. So as I earlier mentioned, we do not have any specific regulations for climate change. We have to go, we are trying to make an act on climate change where GHG inventory would be included. And so national implementation of NDC, and so far you can see public awareness, emphasis on renewable energy, and these are some needs we really will really help us to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Subarna, and thank you for racing towards the finish line. You do indeed have a timer there which helps you sticking to your time. Forrest, in case you don't have your key information on the top of your presentation, just do it, and then if you have the time, you can come back to introductory remarks about your country. So now I'd like to welcome Forrest Smart from Guyana to take the floor.
Pleasant morning to everyone. I'm really trying to learn the Korean language. I think it's Kansamida, I can't remember. Good day, everyone. I am here to bring to you as much as possible that I can deliver with regards to Guyana's experience with the GHG inventory. Guyana is located in South America, the only English-speaking country in that region, which gives us a unique opportunity. For what? We are yet to find out. Its size is just about 214 square kilometers with a population of roughly 813,000. So in perspective, with such a large land, with such small amount of people, we still have potential to grow. Majority of our population are located on the low coastal plain. We have basically 3 to 4 areas, which is the low coastal plain, hilly sand and clay belt, the highland region, and the interior savannas. Basically 2 wet and 2 dry seasons because of the ENSO scenarios, and that plays a great impact in terms of our emissions and what factors to take into consideration. Point to note, our main economic drivers currently are agriculture, mining. As of recent, we've just come into what we call the oil boom. So that should be a plus for us. National circumstances. Where are we today in terms of GHG? Well, of course, most of us signed on to the UNFCCC in 1992, and we've moved on from that to submitting our first communication in 2002. The Kyoto Protocol it was ratified in 2003, but just so you know, we even sent our first communication before the Kyoto Protocol. The second communication was done in 2012, and the Paris Agreement we ratified in 2016. Currently, we have completed our third contribution, but that was not submitted as yet. So we're hoping to do that sometime soon. Where are we currently? Our inventory preparation, we utilize the 2006 IPCC guidelines, and throughout the entire preparation of the entire inventory, we use between 1 to 2 tiers. Total emissions excluding the LULUCF, sorry for that E, don't know where it came from, is about 4,213 gigagrams of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is approximately 45% increase between 1990 to 2016. Quite a high number, which equivalent to 1,497 gigagrams. There's a continuous increase of probably just about 1.8%, but that's rounded off because it's just about 1.86 or so. Our main emission sources are from domestic transport, enteric fermentation, agricultural soils, rice production, commercial institution, and the energy industry throughout. Main emission drivers currently are energy, agriculture, and waste. Tier 1 methodology is applied basically with regards to our energy sector. This is strictly because there is not much information, the lack of sufficient data, and an institutional capacity to garner that data as it is. The largest emission related are energy related, as we spoke, and that information comes from the GEA, which is the Ghana Energy Agency. We get information with regards to fossil fuel combustion, energy industries, which road transport are our main aspect with regards to energy, the energy sector. The energy output contributes 55% of our total national emission as it is. And mind you, we're still growing in that energy department. The second is agriculture, which is the largest emitting sector apart from that of energy. It is 66% higher compared to the 1990 base. It accounts for 40% of our total national emission as it is currently. Our major aspects when it comes to agriculture are rice and sugarcane. These are basically the leading crops in our country and contributing 534 and 2,369 gigagrams respectively throughout. And that is expected to increase with our drive with regards to food security. Currently, we have a policy, overarching policy, the LCDS 2030, that speaks towards a shift to less carbon emitting fuels and in the longer term, hybrid vehicles. Hybrid vehicles currently are not on the horizon. That has changed to EVs, so it's still a plus. We speak towards the design of incentives to encourage the use of alternatives, basically with regards to price control within the country as it is. Mandatory installation of pollution removal devices, which regards to catalytic converters. It's in its early stage, so we're still looking to advance on that. Energy conservation in commercial, residential, and public buildings. This is growing tremendously since 2019, and most of our buildings, if not all of our public buildings, are fully equipped. The LULUCF generates annual net removals. There's basically no change in net sinks attributes from 1990 to current. And we have literally sequestered just about 46,968 gigograms. Overall, it creates Guyana to be a net sink. But then again, even though we're net sink, we're still not without our challenges. Gaps and constraints, controls that ensure the accuracy of the greenhouse gas data and information, QA and QC. That is paramount. We need to build our institutional capacity throughout in our current season. The need for the mechanism, which regards to capacity, not just the institutional capacity, but the capacity within these institutions as it is. Because we need to understand that people need to garner knowledge to gather that data effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Forrest, for making up some of the time. And just a point of clarification, do I understand correctly that Guyana has not submitted a BOR so far? No. Okay, we will discuss that in the discussion part. Thank you very much. So I would now like to give the floor to Pradeep Kumar from India. Pradeep, you have the floor.
So good morning, one and all. I'm Dr. Pradeep from India. So I'm very happy to present my country's scenario in front of the experts here. So these are my contents. So the India's submission to the UNFCCC, preparation of BURs, national circumstance, institutional arrangements, GHG inventory, mitigations, MRVs, and capacity needs. So now when coming to the submissions to the UNFCCC, so India has submitted 2 national communications and 2 BURs, and we are 3 BURs, sorry, and we are actually planning to submit our 3rd national communications to UNFCCC very soon. So the preparation of BUR actually, it is the output of 72 studies. So there is various institutes actually involved, CS, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and various eminent institutes from India. So inputs from independent experts, so government officials from 23 ministries. So the national circumstances. So India's per capita energy consumption is just 1/3 of the world's average. So the renewable power installed capacity has increased by 2.6 times from 35 gigawatts in 2014 to 90.39 gigawatts in 2020. So, and various forests and sustainable fisheries initiatives supports depend livelihood and reduce vulnerability. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the economy has got a very serious impact. So the institutional arrangements we have. So the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the mother ministry for the submission of national communications to the UNFCCC. And we have, sorry. So we have various line ministries here, and these are all the various institutions actually working for the various research capacities for the climate change actions. Yeah, GHG inventory in 2016. So the energy sector actually, the energy sector is contributing more in the share of the total GHG inventory of the country. And next to that one is agriculture, and next to that one is the IPPU, and the last one is the waste sector. So when coming to the gases, carbon dioxide emission is contributing 78.59%, and followed by methane and nitrous oxide. So this is the sector-wise national GHG inventories. So here you can, the energy sector is contributing much more here, and the waste sector is the band of the waste sector. You can see here the band of the waste sector is gradually increasing there. So it is showing that the waste sector is becoming one of the major problem to the India for the GHG inventory. Yeah, it clearly shows that it is a gradual increase. The waste sector, very peak increase here. So it is nearly 203% of increase in the GHG inventory. The top 15 key emission categories. So here I'm presenting that. It comprises all the subcategories of the main main sectors. So the international comparison, so India's greenhouse gas emission is 2,531 million ton CO2 equivalent, and per capita emission is 1.96 tons carbon dioxide. So the observed climate changes, so it is most affected country due to the climate change, and the average increase in average temperature is 0.61 degrees Celsius per 100 years. So we are actually facing a lot of climate rainfall extreme events and a rise in sea level also. And India's cooperative regimes are we have launched the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructures. So industry transition in hard to abate sectors initiated in 2019. So the mitigation actions, so energy sector here, you can see that the renewable energy capacity by target of achieving 450 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030, and in energy efficiency, so it is various schemes and programs as like I have mentioned in the energy efficiency like Ujala, SLNP, and PAT schemes. So the various schemes are actually working for the mitigation actions. So these are all the various ones for the sectors. So transport sectors and agricultural sector, we are actually working Pradhan Mantri Krishan Sinchan Yojana, and forest and tree cover, Lulu CF sequestered 376 million tons of carbon dioxide, and waste, modernization of sanitation facilities and waste management systems. Actually, we have the problem in the, domestic MRV arrangements here. The efforts distributed at multiple levels of governance, appropriate strategies for a large and divisional nations, and the important lessons for the new upcoming enhanced transfer regime. MRV is not the aim, it is complement the main aim of the climate change. The overemphasis of MRV and excessive details can distract attention from the development and climate actions. So the large dispersed system in developing countries are more expensive and challenged to measure the large and integrated system based on advanced technologies. So the capacity building needs, finance and technology requirement. So for NDC, India needs at least $206 billion US, and technology, India did not receive technology transfer in line with the current provisions under UNFCCC. So we are working on that, capacity buildings. Yes, of course, we required major areas for the capacity buildings include weather and climate forecasting and other services. So thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Quite controversial statement at the end, but we'll come to that also in the discussion regarding the emphasis on MRV at the national level. But thank you for keeping the time. I would now like to give the floor to Evelyn Mel from Papua New Guinea.
Good morning, Ogata. That's good morning in Papua New Guinea. Today I will be presenting to you on the national GHG inventory we have in the country and the climate change's impacts that we have in the country as well. My presentation outline includes the country context, the climate change impacts that we have in the country, and the HANSI and BOR submission progress that we have so far, the progress that PNG has made towards the ETF framework, and then the national GHG inventory status, and the mitigation targets and actions that we have for the country, and the institutional arrangements, and the support needed and received, and then the improvements that we have made so far, and of course the conclusion. So Papua New Guinea is one of the Pacific islands, and we are one of the largest islands in the Pacific, with a population of about 8.8 million. 12% of this population live in the urban cities, while 88% they live in rural communities. Our land mass is about 46.13 million acres of land. 97% of this land is Kashmir-owned, which means that the indigenous people, they own the land, and then only 3% of this land is owned by the state, mainly the urban areas. And PNG, we are a diverse country in terms of culture and biodiversity as well. So we have like more than 7,000 different cultural groups with more than 800 different languages. And in terms of our economy, we have two sectors, the formal and the informal. And the formal sector includes large-scale minings and petroleum, and informal sector includes forestry, fishing, and subsistence agriculture, mainly from these 88% of population living in the rural community. So these are just some pictures of our different cultural groups that we have. These are some of the highlands in Papua New Guinea, and we have a active volcano that is happening in one of our provinces as well. And we have some of the forests, the biggest forest in probably the Southern Hemisphere. And then we have, these are some of the examples of when I say subsistence agriculture, this is a picture showing a typical subsistence agriculture that is being done by a family in a village. This old gardening you see is for one family only. And then they get the food from the garden and they sell it at the markets, and that's how they make their living. So in terms of climate change impacts in the country, as a small island developing nation, we have been impacted by a lot of changes and impacts due to climate change, and one of them is sea level rise. As you can see towards your left-hand side, sea level rise is one of the issues that our small island countries along the coast, cities and communities along the coastline, they're facing. And in the highlands, we have a lot of landslides and drought as well. So you can see towards your right-hand side, there are mothers standing in front of the garden with which the drought has destroyed. That is due to climate change. So in terms of our BOR and NC's submission, we have submitted our first NC in 2002. Our second national communication, we submitted that in 2014. And then we moved on to our BOR. And in 2019, we submitted our BOR 1. And just recently, we were able to submit our BOR 2. So the methodologies we used for the two national communications were the revised 1996 IPCC guidelines and Tier 1 method. For the BOR 2, we used the 2006 IPCC guideline and Tier 1 methods. But for certain categories under LULUCF sector, we use the Tier 2 method. In terms of the progress that we have made to move into the enhanced transparency framework, we have the institutional arrangement that is in place and established, and we utilize that in the national greenhouse gas inventory and reporting so far. And our national MRV system for all the IPCC sectors has been developed. And as I've mentioned, we did submit a BOR 1 and BOR 2 already. And we also submitted our enhanced NDC. And also, we have submitted our enhanced NDC implementation plan and our roadmaps for the Afulu and the electric energy sector in 2021. we have prepared and submitted our national greenhouse gas inventory report to the UNFCCC in 2021 as well. So that's the progress that we have made so far in moving towards ETF. In terms of our GHG inventory status for the country, this is our latest inventory report as per our BOR2, and that's the 2017 results. So as you can see, we went from a net sink, that is with the LULUCF sector. So we went from a net sink to a net source, and then currently we are a net sink country. The trends are mainly due to, are just related to the LULUCF sector only, mainly from the deforestation and degradation activities in the country. So you may be asking, how did we drop from the peak down to net sink at the moment? Because in 2015, between 2010 to 2015, Papua New Guinea was known to export round logs. But when we realized that we were emitting a lot of greenhouse gas, the government put a ban on round logs. So when that happened, we managed to achieve a net sink. So our mitigation targets, in terms of our mitigation targets, we have submitted an enhanced NDC in 2020, as I've mentioned, and in that we outline our country mitigation commitments, especially under the AFULU and the energy sector. And of course, we have our policies and strategies to give strength to the mitigation targets that we have. And we have all these strategies and policies in place. And we are also developing a carbon market regulation, which I didn't put in here because it's in the drafting states, because we see that there's a lot of interest in terms of carbon trading. So we are trying to develop a policy or framework to protect our resource owners. For our institutional arrangement, we have the UNFCCC Secretariat, and the focal point is the Climate Change and Development Authority, the organization I work for, and it's under the Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Climate Change. And we have our sector leads, and then the data providers at the bottom. In terms of support that we need and we received so far, we do require a lot of support, even though we have progressed, but there's still always support that we need. And this includes like finance, technology, technical and capacity building needs that are still there. So we have estimated that about $1 billion will be needed over the 10 years period to achieve the targets that we have. And we have received support so far in 25 projects since 2017. The improvements that we've made, we have recently submitted our national greenhouse gas improvement plan, and we're working towards improve from the gaps that we have found and then enhance our current national GHG inventory we have in the country. To conclude, the government of Papua New Guinea, we welcome support from development partners to strengthen the current GHG inventory we have in the country, and we're always grateful for the support we have received so far. And I would like to thank the Korean government through GIHAR and UNFCCC for this training that we have attended. It was resourceful and useful, and I really thank the government of Korea for that and UNFCCC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, also for keeping the time. May I just ask you, because I couldn't understand, what did your government ban the export of to limit greenhouse gas emissions?
We did export round logs. So, round logs.
Oh,
logs.
round logs.
They
All
would
right.
so
Round logs. Okay.
Deforestation,
Okay,
logging.
got it.
So yeah.
Thank you very much. We're now giving the floor to Rumbidzai Munduru from South Africa.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be giving you the presentation for South Africa's National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. So this is what my presentation will consist of, and I'll get right into it. So if you're not aware, South Africa is at the southernmost tip of Africa, and we have a area of about 1.2 million square kilometers, with a coastline of more than 2,800 kilometers, and a population as of 2019 of about 59 million, and a GDP of about 386 billion US dollars. In terms of international cooperation, so far we've submitted 3 national communications as well as 4 BURs, and we are currently in the process of compiling our 4th national communication and our 5th BUR, and these will be based on our recently published 2000 to 2020 inventory. Moving on to our institutional arrangements. So we have the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and this is the national focal point in the country, and that is responsible for all climate change related issues. Within that department, we have the GHG inventory unit, and that's where I work. And that unit is the one that is responsible for the compilation of the inventory. So we are a team of about 7, and so we do have at least one sector lead for each of the sectors to compile the inventory. So what helps us with the compilation of the inventory is we do get data from other line departments, but we also have the National Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reporting Regulations, and these help us to get data from certain companies within industry, and that's particularly useful for the IPPU sector because that's where we get most of our information. So those that meet the specific thresholds that are stipulated in these regulations, they're then required to submit information to us, and they do that through our South African Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reporting System that we call SAGES. That's just a screen grab of what the interface looks like. So the reason we mainly rely on this is because we currently don't have a Climate Change Act, but I'll talk about that in my last slide. So looking at the National Inventory Management System, all the data that we receive, whether it's through SAGES, our reporting program, or other sector departments, we house all of our information, our calculation files, archives, records for everything on our greenhouse gas inventory management system. And after we've compiled our greenhouse gas inventory, we draft our reports, and 2 of the key quality assurance measures that we take for that is the public commenting process, where we allow the general public, it could be an average person on the street or academic institutions, to provide input into the draft report, but we also have an independent review where we appoint an external service provider to do that process. So looking at our 2020 national inventory, overall we were a net source of about 442,000 kilotons. We have a very small, well not very small, but a slightly small sink of about 26,000 kilotons, and so that does assist us to reduce our emissions a little bit with each year. So still focusing on the 2020 inventory, these are just the sector contributions excluding FOLU. Our major contributors, the energy sector, which contributes about 81% of the total inventory. And of that 81%, 54% is mainly due to electricity production. Moving on to the contribution of gases, this basically follows the same trend as the sectors. The largest contributing gas is CO2 at about 82%, with 95% of those CO2 emissions again coming from energy. So for us, energy is quite a big sector. Looking at our trends since 2000, our sink has allowed us to reduce our emissions a bit throughout the years. But if we look at the change from 2000 to 2020, it's only been a 1% decrease, which doesn't seem like much. But if we compare that to 2009, which was our peak emissions, we've actually reduced our emissions by about 20%. And that's mainly due to the increase of our sink as a result of reduced fuel removals, as well as reduced biomass burning. And then a bit of a contribution from reduced emissions from IPPU, mainly due to reduced demand in metals, chemical, and the minerals industry. Moving on to our key categories, this is just the top 10, but we have about 30 major key categories, and 50% of those key categories belong to the energy sector. And I'll talk more about how we are dealing with this in the last slide. So in terms of our mitigation policies, as I mentioned, we don't have a Climate Change Act, but we do have two overarching mitigation policies at the moment. We've got the National Pollution Prevention Plans, and these have a wide sector coverage. They have emissions threshold eligibility, and so those who are eligible based on the emissions threshold are required to submit pollution prevention plans, as well as report on that annually and give us information on if they've deviated from their plan, how are they planning to remediate that and get back on track with their pollution prevention plans. The other one that we have is the Carbon Tax Act from 2019, also an overarching policy with a wide sector coverage, but this one has sector-specific thresholds for eligibility, and it basically applies the polluter pays principle. And so those that are eligible for carbon tax will have to pay carbon tax every year, and with each year, the rate of that carbon tax increases. But there are also incentives that allow good behavior in the industry. So those, for instance, who participate in carbon offset projects or sequestration can get a sort of a discount on the carbon tax rate. Now, looking at enhancing our national capacity. So as I mentioned, we don't have a Climate Change Act in South Africa, but we do have a climate change bill that is currently in Cabinet or in Parliament, and we're hoping in the near future that they will pass that. But what we're hoping is when they do pass that law, it will help us to strengthen our institutional arrangements, because one of the issues that we do have is availability of data for all of our sectors. And so the Climate Change Act will help us to have the authority to get that data from certain industries and companies. And it will also help in terms of adding to our mitigation actions. So for instance, one of the mitigation actions that are proposed under the Climate Change Bill is issuing carbon budgets to different companies that meet certain emissions thresholds, and also issuing sectoral emissions targets for line departments. So these two policies would be key in helping us to mitigate, but also get a lot of data to funnel through into our national inventory. We're also looking at enhancing capacity through the CBIT projects. We recently just started one now, and that one will actually really help us be more prepared in terms of the reporting requirements that are required under the ETF. And then we also want to continue developing country-specific emission factors. So at the moment, we have a project that just started now for solid fuels in our country. Last year, we finished one on liquid fuels. And this for us is very important because if you remember, energy is our largest contributing sector. And if you remember as well with the key categories, 50% of our top key categories are belonging to the energy sector. And so we've received donor funding to assist with these projects. That's how we've been able to develop these emission factors. And that will really help us under the ETF to make sure that we move to reporting using higher tier methods for our key categories. Sorry. Another one is enhancing our greenhouse gas verification program. So as I mentioned, we have the reporting regulations that allow us to receive data from industry via our reporting system called SAGES. And so how we want to enhance the quality assurance for that data is to strengthen our greenhouse gas verification program, so have more stringent rules and procedures in place to quality control that data so that when we funnel it into the inventory, we're aware, for instance, of uncertainties related to that data, and we'll also ensure that the data is reliable and can be used for the inventory with huge confidence. We also want to improve on completeness. We currently don't report on all significant sectors, and that's related to the first point that I mentioned of having a lack of data. So having the climate change law, when it does get passed, will really assist us to make sure that we do end up reporting on all of our significant sectors. And then lastly, we currently don't include all of the precursor gases. So this is something that we also want to do, but I think this will definitely involve some studies which would require donor funding and projects to be done. But all in all, with South Africa, I think we've been improving steadily over the few years, and we've received a lot of help from donors in terms of projects, helping to assist with compilation of our national communications and BURs. So that has been very helpful to us. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rumbizai. And last but certainly not least, Joseph Tamale from Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to talk to you about Uganda's climate change response landscape between 1990 and 2021. So briefly, my presentation is going to look at 9 aspects. That is the national circumstances, climate change vulnerability in Uganda, then the timeline of our response to climate change, and then the institutional arrangement for greenhouse gas inventory compilation, then look at emissions and removals by sector and gases, and then the trends, and then key category analysis, and then the climate change mitigation actions by the country, and then lastly, which challenges we are finding in our response to climate change. So briefly about my country, it's located in East Africa, and of course it's crossed by the equator, so we experience a tropical climate. And about land size, it's about 200,000 square kilometers. And about the population, we're about 45 million Ugandans as of the 2021 census. And of course, our population is growing at a rate of 3.2%. When we look at our economy, it's purely agro-based and currently stands at 40.53 billions as of 2021. One important thing to stress here is Uganda is the Pearl of Africa because it's gifted with natural resources ranging from pristine tropical forests to wildlife and beautiful landscapes. So like all countries in the world, Uganda is affected enormously by climate change. And because of that, we are experiencing periods of prolonged droughts that are affecting crops adversely. But we also get flash floods in some countries. And more recently, we have one mountain that has been covered under snow for a long time. But we've now seen a recession in the glaciers due to rise in temperatures. And because of that, we've decided to take deliberate steps towards contribute to global efforts that address climate change. And so this is how our timeline to climate change response has been in the country. So like most of the countries, we actually signed the UNFCCC in 1992, and in 1997, we also signed the Kyoto Protocol, and in 2002, we submitted our first national communication. And in 2014, we submitted the second national communication. And shortly after signing the Paris Agreement, we also drafted a national climate change policy that established a focal point department that coordinates climate change mitigation in the country. And in 2018, we drafted the National Climate Change Bill, and in the same year submitted the first forest reference level emission report. In 2019, we submitted our first biannual update report, and as of 2021, we have a law on climate change in place, and we also submitted the third national communication. So this is how our institutional framework looks like with respect to climate change response. It's led by the government of Uganda, and of course we have a standing committee on climate change, which does the oversight role, but the real coordination of the climate change adaptation and mitigation measures is by the Ministry of Water and Environment. And under that, we have the National Climate Change Project Management Units divided among the inventory, then adaptation and socio-economic issues. And then down there, that's where you have the pool of experts. That's where I sit in the hierarchy. And when you look at the greenhouse gas inventory by sector and gas, we've compiled our inventory using Tier 1 because we lack disaggregated data and also lack country-specific emission factors. We used IPCC 2006 guidelines and IPCC 2006 software. This is how our inventory looks like. It currently stands at 90,000 gigagrams of CO2 equivalent, but as you can see, that's as of inventory year 2015, but as you can see, the lion's share is taken by the AFOLU sector, accounting for over 86%, followed by energy at 10%, and waste and IPPU only represent a small fraction, that's about 4%. Now, if you break it down to contribution of gases, we see that CO2 is accounting for 64%, then methane is accounting for 26%, and then N2O is accounting for 10%. And if you look at our emissions, and taking 1995 as a base year and 2015 as a reporting year, we see that the emissions have actually tripled. And that's because of what is happening in the AFOLU sector. If I can shed more light on this, we had about 6 million hectares of forest land in 1990. But as of today, we have only 2.8 million hectares left. So that represents about 50% reduction in the forest resources. And this is just to emphasize how important the AFOLU sector is to the greenhouse gas inventory of Uganda. So you see that the first 4 contributing categories are actually from the AFOLU sector. So what have we done? First we've come up with the nationally determined contribution that range between 22 to 24% as of 2030 compared to business as usual. And basically what you see in red, those are the total emissions excluding LULUCF, and green that is the net LULUCF impact. In 2000, we see that our LULUCF was an emitter. And then when we look at 2030, and if we continue on that trajectory, still LULUCF will still be an emitter, right? But if we factor in reductions in emissions based on like wetland restoration and enhancing renewable energy capacity, and also do some strategies in the LULUCF, we'll have a net reduction of about 22%. And all our climate change mitigation strategies are centered on 3 pillars. That is the NAMAs and the national policies and RED+, because all these ones are mostly targeting the AFOLU sector. And what are the challenges we are facing in developing the national greenhouse gas inventory? First, we are still stuck with tier 1 because we lack disaggregated data, like I already pointed out, and national country-specific emission factors. Secondly, we still lack capacity to archive data in a way that is compatible with, for instance, IPCC guidelines. We also have implementation constraints related to technical capacity. For instance, we've not done a comprehensive assessment of mitigation measures and mitigation measures in the country. And despite the fact that quite a lot of climate financing comes into the country, we still do not have a grasp or grip on how and how much, because some of the finance that comes into the country goes to the private sector, and they are not quite transparent about how much they receive. And the other important thing is to do with the memorandum of understanding. So in Uganda, cement production is mainly by the private sector. And since we've not finalized the memorandum of understanding, we cannot hold them accountable on like producing some data that we need. For instance, we know how much is produced in terms of cement, but we don't know how much clinker is produced in the process. And lastly, there is inadequate financial allocation. Why, as you may remember, the NDCs are tied to the contribution by Uganda. But when it comes to the national cake, climate change is really not a priority yet. And with that being said, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Joseph, for your timely presentation and for sharing so much details about Uganda. So yeah, we had quite an interesting panel, 6 very different countries from extremely large to small enough, from most of them sharing this is how our inventory looks like, which is quite impressive to see that so many countries are having a good understanding of what their emissions look like and a good understanding of the drivers and the circumstances behind those emissions. But before I use the privilege of sitting in this chair and putting some questions to the panelists, I would like to give you the opportunity to raise some questions to the panelists. So I wonder whether we already have questions submitted to the platform. Can I ask whether those are available? And if anyone is planning to submit a question to the platform using the QR code, which was shared in the beginning, please do it now so that we can have your question up on the screen as soon as possible. But while we try to figure that out, I'm wondering also among yourselves, is there any question that you would like to put to each other? Does anyone of you want to do that? Rumbi, please.
Thank you, Suva, for your presentation. I see that you mentioned that you are in the process of developing a climate change related law, and I just wanted to find out, are you aware what the status is? Is it still in the drafting phase? Where along the process is that?
Thank you, Rumi. It's in the drafting phase, actually. We are looking for the fund, so it's in the drafting phase, actually, the preliminary phase, I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one question there. I wonder whether we have a microphone that could be given to the gentleman. Is there a mic that can be? Can you please stand up so that they see where the microphone is needed? There you go. So please introduce yourself, and then if the question is to one of the speakers, please indicate which speaker you would like to address.
Okay. Thank you very much for these wonderful presentations that we had. My name is Ali Rashid Hamad. I'm an Incheon National University PhD student pursuing my PhD in response to climate change. My question is that we all know that the aim of this GHG inventory is to reduce emission. But sometimes we forget that everybody should be included in that process. What I wonder is that how well do we engage stakeholders, including industry operators, land and forest users, in order to understand the process and progress of emission, so that we can plan together with them on how to reduce this emission. Because sometimes we just plan, we do science, and then we propose things and put them down for them to implement. But sometimes other things that we propose are not working in reality. So we have to make sure that we engage these stakeholders in order to go together with them and be able to achieve the goal and aim that we intend to do. So I would like to ask the panel members, how well are they engaged, the stakeholders, in order to achieve the aim and goal that we are intending to achieve? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether one of you wants to volunteer. I can see Forrest.
Hi, sorry, I didn't realize it was on. That's a wonderful question because it has its own dynamics as well. I'll give an example in Guyana. Apart from stakeholders, meetings, and engagement, the institutions created an internal MRV system, monitor, reporting, and valuation. Whereas every institution that has anything to do with any sort of emissions, monitor, report, and try to verify that. So the engagement process is very, very critical because with that MRV system, you now have to engage these stakeholders, let them understand what you're doing, let them understand the challenges that the country itself is facing and what your intentions are. And that is something that it doesn't take today or tomorrow. It's a continuous effort because the dynamics keeps growing and changing, and you have to change with that as well. The issue that we have with that system is the V. And I think every country, even if they implement it, they will have a problem with that verification process. Because you may monitor, you may report, you may have the understanding of stakeholders, but the verification process will be very, very difficult. So my thing is, you have to engage, and engage continuously change with changing times.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up on your very interesting question to Mel, please. Evelyn, sorry.
I would like to answer the question as well. So yeah, in terms of like experience in Papua New Guinea, when we are like trying to draft a policy or regulation, what we do is we have our regional consultations and our provincial consultations where we gather all our village people and we send invitation to like everyone to involve in the process, so they are actually part of the whole process. So they know that what's going on and what's actually in our policies and our strategies. So at the end of the day, it can take like a year or two until they all like agree to what's in the document and then we publish it. So that's how we do it back in my country.
Rumbi, I would like to follow up on this one, asking you, you've presented your portal where I guess some of these stakeholders will submit information to your greenhouse gas inventory, and then you also refer to this public commenting process as part of this quality assurance, which is somehow the V that Forrest was just referring to. Would you like to describe how the process works and how you get stakeholders in the absence of a Climate Change Act to submit their information, and then what is the relevance of the commenting process in verifying this information?
Okay, yeah, thank you for the follow-up. So I think we have a very involved industry in South Africa. They like to be heard, so we can never run away from not involving them. Which is a good thing. So with the SAGES and the reporting regulation, that is mainly for industry. So that would help in terms of like some energy data and some IPPU data. But for the other sectors, not so much. But as Papua New Guinea mentioned, we have a similar system as well, that whenever you are wanting to promulgate a law, you have to go around the entire country and host workshops where you're letting them know what the policy is about, what the regulations are about, what that means. And so for us, it actually takes a very long time. I mean, one of the reasons we still don't have a Climate Change Act, even though the process probably started, I think, like 2010, if not earlier, is because of that lengthy stakeholder engagement process. And then with regard to the public commenting, what we typically do is, with our draft NIR, we just publish that, and then we give the public 30 days to submit whatever comments they have. And so whether it's academic institutions or a typical person on the street, they then get to see the inventory before we finalize and publish it, and whatever questions, and we do get a lot of feedback on why did you use this data and not that, so that does help with quality assurance as well. But I think on top of that, we do then have the independent verification as well, where a third party does come to really scrutinize the inventory before we publish it. But yeah, I think we involve a lot of the industry stakeholders. We are always having meetings with them. They take a long time, but I think it's necessary, it's required to make sure that everyone's on the same page with regards to climate change and what we need to do to mitigate emissions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. In this same follow-up, Joseph, you mentioned that you're having some hard time having this memorandum of understanding signed with the cement industry to collect their data, while Rumba was just saying that her private sector very much wants to be heard, and so I would assume that people in South Africa would very much be willing and eager to sign this MOU, but you're facing this hard time. So in the absence of this MOU, how are you being able to engage key stakeholders in the preparation of your inventory?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. In my view, stakeholder engagement is a continuous process, and we should not give up on engaging stakeholders, because these are key players when it comes to, like, for instance, the cement industry in Uganda is dominated by the private sector. So you have, or we have as a country, to continue engaging these stakeholders. But the point I wanted to make is that it has to be timely engagement. So you need to give people enough time to process whatever that you're putting on table, so that they are able to, base on that and make a decision. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we have two questions from the floor, the gentleman over there, and then the lady in this table. Could you please, okay, we're starting with the lady in the table. Could you please introduce yourself?
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm Binka Mary Ann, a student from International University. And my question is going directly to the presenter from South Africa. And please, madam, you mentioned something regarding quality control for GSG inventory. And I wish to know if there are some norms that you've put together. If you go, for instance, to follow up, or you send maybe some inspectors to go maybe to your cement company, what are those things that you check that if the cement company doesn't follow, they have to pay a tax, or is there any tax attributed in case of failure to comply to your norms? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. For the quality assurance, that's mainly for the data that we receive for the inventory. And what we have for that is the GSG emissions verification program. So what we've set up, and this is something that we started implementing this year actually, so it's the first time that we're implementing this. So we've allowed independent companies within industry, right, who have a certain level of competence to be able to go to companies and verify emissions. And they do that in accordance with the SANAS 14,065 accreditation. Yes, yeah. So with that, that's mainly to just verify the data that they send to us for the inventory. So now, the people that pay carbon tax, what happens is National Treasury piggybacks on our regulations. So when we approve a greenhouse gas emissions report, when they then file their tax return, they basically need that letter that states that we've approved their emissions. So there isn't the only punitive measure there is paying for the emissions you've emitted. There isn't, for the pollution prevention plans, because those don't have an overarching climate change law, they don't really have like punitive measures for not meeting your pollution prevention plan. All you need to do is tell us what you're going to do to meet it. So if you deviate, you just need to report on how you're going to go back according to the plan. That's how it currently works. Okay. I hope I answered your question. Okay.
Thank you very much. The gentleman in the middle. The mic is coming your way.
My name is Asim Samadov. I am also a PhD student in International University. I work as a GIG emission inventory expert in my country also. And my question is a follow-up question from my friend Ali. For the stakeholder engagement, I know I have some sense about in my country also. It's quite hard to engage the stakeholders from different sectors as an industry. But I want to understand and listen to the view of our experts about the carbon trade system, because with this system, okay, right now for industry, engage for mitigation action is not profitable. Yeah, it has environmental sense, but for them, for companies, they are thinking mainly about profit, how they are getting profit. And with this carbon trading system, we can create opportunities for them. By the way, they will engage to mitigation action at the same time they can make money with trading system. Thank you so much, and I want to see the views.
Thank you. May I ask, what is your country? If you
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan, very well. Maybe, Pradeep, do you want to comment on this, whether any cap and trade or any carbon trading mechanism is supporting in setting up the greenhouse gas inventory, in providing information for the system? What is your experience in India? You have some mechanisms to engage private sector in emissions reductions or intensity reductions, right?
Yeah, of course. In India, we have that type of practice by adapting such type of carbon trading systems to involving the private sectors as well as the government sectors. But technically, when we start to talk about the reduction, yes, of course, as he said like that, we still have the, correlate the technology as well as the profitable thing to the private sectors is still lacking, and we are actually working on that. And the technology transformation in the industrial process as well as in any sector is actually have to be to move towards a sustainable thing, as well as it has to encompass the carbon trading, as well as it directly implement the profitable things to the private sector. But however, we are working on that. That's the thing that I could able to present now.
And sometimes private sector does have to do a couple of things which is not necessarily profitable.
Yes.
For the common good. Thank you. We have about 4 minutes left, and before giving the floor back to you, and if you have any questions, please do raise it. I see one hand there. But before I give you the floor, I'm going to ask you, Subarna, you mentioned that that Bangladesh, in the sector land converted to forest land, you saw a big increase in the carbon sink. Yes. Are there any specific policies addressing this situation? Is this the result of a specific national policy to increase the carbon sink in the forestry sector?
Actually, thank you for the question. First of all, actually, we do have Forest Act, and that is the main reason that we are we are giving more emphasis on our forestry sector. But yet, you see, we are a very populated country, so deforestation is a very big factor in our country. But still, we are managing to enact our Forestry Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady in the table here, can you please stand up so that the mic can go your way?
All right, thank you. My name is Adeumi Ogunride. I'm a master's degree student, also from International University. I have 2 questions, please. Thank you all for your presentation. To the speaker from South Africa, you mentioned about Carbon Tax Act, and it seems to be like a working initiative. So I want to know, especially in terms of the level of compliance, how are you managing it, in terms of compliance? Are people really, cooperating and all that? So that's one. Then to the speaker from Uganda, in one of your slides, you talked about INDC, intended nationally determined contributions. So, and I believe like so many countries have moved from that to nationally determined. So I don't know, maybe you should just throw more light. Are you still working with INDC? If yes, then why? I just want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rumbi.
Thank you so much for the question. So the Carbon Tax Act is the responsibility of National Treasury. And so as DFFE, the national focal point, we house the reporting regulations. So the interesting thing that actually happened is because National Treasury used the same thresholds for eligibility as our reporting program, that actually helped us more than it did them. So because carbon tax, is a lot scarier, you have to pay, you want to be in compliance, that actually helped us get more people to report on the system that didn't know about our regulations. So in terms of the carbon tax, I think National Treasury in general has a good hold on making sure people pay, because National Treasury everywhere, I think, will always find you. You can't run away from National Treasury. So I think they have a good grip on compliance on their end, but the actually positive effect that we've seen is that it's helped us get more data providers into our system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joseph, do you want to comment on your INDC or NDC?
Yes, thanks a lot for the question. Actually, the INDC was just to show how the journey has been like. But the NDC that I put up there is actually the actual one. We are not using the indicative NDC.
Okay, thank you very much. We just ran out of time, but I do have one final question from my side, and I did promise to pick your brain for us on why Guyana hasn't submitted a BOR. given that you presented such a detailed overview of your greenhouse gas emissions, and we are a year and a half away from submitting the BTRs that we are all looking forward to. So what is holding Guyana in submitting such nice information to the UNFCCC?
Thank you for that question. That's a very huge question. I don't want to commit myself much. But yeah, we have had a wonderful time with the INDC and the NDC currently, and we have submitted a well-detailed document. Until now, we have not done anything with the BURs or the BTRs. A good reason, one, capacity. Capacity is a problem with Guyana in terms of doing that. Even when we did the NDCs and the GHGI, it is through what you call consultants, and not national consultants, international consultants, along with some national consultants, but none from the actual ministry or government. And that's an issue. So we are trying much right now to garner, one, finance, two, the capacity to build that document. I am quite unsure as to say where we are currently with the BURs, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. And you're not alone. There are many countries that are still struggling to submit their first BUR. And even a country which has submitted 2 or 3 BURs will always struggle, because it is indeed such a huge task that we have all committed as countries to engage on every 2 years, or every year in case of developed countries that submit their greenhouse gas inventories annually for a few years now. So I would like to thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and your experiences and giving us a brief overview of what your country looks like in terms of greenhouse gas emissions inventory, but also taking a look into the key climate policies, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation, considering the vulnerability of your countries to the key climate change impacts that you already experienced. We have heard from all of you that there are challenges that you must address. And again, from humongous India to smaller Guyana, these are challenges that all countries face, regardless of their size and regardless of the capacity that they currently have. The one thing that the enhanced transparency framework under the Paris Agreements is bringing is an extreme clarity on this notion that each country should be engaging with the others based on their capacity. And so this is why I left the question to you for last, because indeed the Paris Agreement brings this notion of continuous improvement, giving us confidence that we don't have to wait indefinitely for our report to be perfect, because we are all working on this notion that we do one, we submit it on time because it's necessary for processes like the global stock take that we are discussing this afternoon. And then once we submit it, next day we don't stop working on it. We just open the new version of this document and continue working on it in this notion of continuous improvement, hoping that we have learned something from the process of preparing the previous version, and also benefiting from the verification process under the Paris Agreement, in which each report is submitted to technical expert review, which provides always very insightful guidance and recommendations in terms of how the reporting and the monitoring and the verification of the documents can improve from one version to the other. I would also like to thank you in the audience for such active participation and for such important questions, ranging from how do you engage stakeholders to are you sure you are still working on your INDC? Because if you are too late. So thank you very much for engaging with our panelists, and I'm sure we'll see you in the afternoon. So we close this side event. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for the heated presentation and conversation. Hello and welcome to the 14th International Greenhouse Gas Conference hosted by the GIR, Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Research Center of the Korea. My name is Kim Kyung-mi, and I've given the honor of being your MC for this important meeting to the 14th IGC. 안녕하세요. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my deep appreciation to all the officials and distinguished guests for being here with us today and also offering their invaluable support in successfully organizing today's conference. Thank you, Dr. Jung Eun-hae, President of the Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Research Center, as well as all experts for joining us today. And our conference will take place in person, and the recorded video will be posted on the official YouTube of GIR after this conference. Since 2010, the GIR has been providing this annual platform where domestic and international experts can gather and share the most recent climate change-related knowledge and issues with the general public from all relevant fields. And this year, we sincerely hope that this conference will provide participants with the opportunities to share diverse perspectives and experiences on the theme of tracking progress and strengthening ambitions, the global stocktake prospect and NDC implementation. So we eagerly anticipate engaging in an in-depth conversation as we collectively examine the efforts by each country to achieve their NDC targets by 2030, while also considering fulfillment process of the global stocktake. So now, to begin officially our conference, I would like to invite President Jung Eun-hae of the Green Gas Inventory and Research Center onto the stage for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you to the 14th International Greenhouse Gas Conference. My name is Eun Jung. As introduced, I'm the president of Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Research Center of Korea. First of all, I'm very happy to see so many of the participants attending this conference. I think the topic of the conference, global stocktake, catched a lot of the attention. I'd like to express my deep gratitude to Deputy Secretary General Ju Dae-young of the 2050 Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Committee for his welcoming remarks. The committee is a key institution for establishing and implementing climate actions in Korea. My special appreciation goes to climate change ambassador Kim Yo-eun, making time out of a busy schedule for this conference. I think many of you already know her because of her active engagement in climate change negotiation. I'd like to express my special thanks to the presenters and the panelists from home and abroad to share their valuable insights on the topic of global stocktake. The Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Research Center, my organization, we call it GIR, was established in 2010 with a mission of establishing greenhouse gas inventory and relevant statistics and supporting the establishment of Korea's mitigation target. GIL has been actively involved in international cooperation, especially in the field of the enhanced transparency framework. More than 400 government officials and experts from more than 100 countries have completed the greenhouse gas inventory training program led by GIL. I think all of the participants are also present here. We host International Greenhouse Gas Conference annually as part of these efforts. This conference is a good platform to share ideas and good practices in climate change efforts. As many of you here today already know, COP28 this year in Dubai, the first ever global stocktake under the Paris Agreement, will be conducted. During this process, we will assess and evaluate the progress made so far and find where we are now in the terms of achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. In other words, we can identify the gaps between where we are and where we should be if we in line with the long-term Paris goals. Through the GST, Global Stocktake, countries are expected to enhance their actions and support, as well as international cooperation in a nationally determined way. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are at a turning point, transitioning from goal establishment to goal implementation. By examining the current status and sharing more effective measures, the Global Stocktake will provide opportunity to set the direction for the future in line with long-term Paris goals and the future we want. So I believe it is very timely for climate experts from around the world to gather together to discuss the progress at global, national, and entity levels. Today, we will first hear about the ongoing global discussions on global stocktake, then look at the views from developing and developed countries, and we will also hear about Korea's efforts and progress toward 2030 NDC. Excellent panelists from academia, public and private sectors will share their views on what we expect from the GST and what will be the implication of it. I've heard that this is the first conference solely dealing with the global stocktake in Korea, but it will not be the last one. I hope that today's conference will serve as an opportunity for Korea to learn more about the global stocktake and to take a step forward in implementing the Paris Agreement. I look forward to active and fruitful discussion from all participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jung Eun-hae, President of the GIR. And she has made lots of effort for the successful conference. Once again, thank you very much for your warm message. And next, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Ju Dae-young, Secretary General, Secretariat of the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth. He will deliver the welcoming remarks. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I changed my mind, and so I wish to deliver my welcome remark in Korean. It might be a more convenient and efficient way to deliver my ideas. 먼저 14번째 국제 온실가스 컨퍼런스에 함께하고 계신 모든 분들께 따뜻한 환영의 말씀을 드립니다. 우리 김효은 외교부 기후변화 대사님, 그리고 오늘 발표자 또 패널리스트로서 고견을 들려주실 모든 분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 아시는 것처럼 금년 7월 6일 지구 일평균 기온이 17.08도를 기록했는데 이것이 인류가 기후 관측을 시작한 이래 가장 더운 날이었다고 합니다. 전 세계적으로 기록적인 폭염과 극한의 폭우가 빈번히 발생하고 있습니다. 개별 국가 차원에서 또 전 지구적 차원에서 이러한 기후 위기에 대해서 우리가 올바른 방향으로 대응하고 있는지, 또 충분히 빠른 그러한 속도로 이러한 진행이 되고 있는지 많은 분들이 우려를 하고 있습니다. 더 늦기 전에 우리가 온실가스 감축 노력과 기후 적응을 위해서 계획하고 있는 이런 것들이 효율적으로 실행되고 있고 또 충분한 효과를 거두고 있는지 재평가하고 검토를 해야 하는 그런 시점에 우리가 와 있습니다. 이와 관련해서 저는 이제 여기 참석하신 여러분들과 한국 정부가 최근에 만들어낸 진척 사항에 대해서 함께 공유를 하고자 합니다. 첫 번째는 한국이 2030년 NDC 달성을 위한 전략과 경로에 대한 재검토를 최근에 진행하였다는 것입니다. 아시는 것처럼 한국은 2030년까지 18년을 기점으로 40%를 감축하는 목표를 갖고 있습니다. 에너지 전환, 산업, 수송, 건물 부분 등 경제의 각 영역에서 30년까지 감축할 수 있는 감축 잠재량에 대해서 다시 한번 검토하는 시간을 가졌고, 각 개별 부문에서 감축 목표를 합리적으로 조정하는 결과를 도출했습니다. 제 생각에는 그러한 과정을 거쳐서 30년 NDC 달성 가능성을 높였다 생각을 하고 합니다. 이러한 두 번째로는 2023년부터 30년까지의 각 섹터별 감축 목표를 연도별로 설정을 했다는 것입니다. 23년에 우리가 감축해야 될 목표, 4년에 감축해야 될 목표를 에너지, 산업, 건물 등 각 부문별로 설정을 했고요. 이러한 시도는 매년 온실가스 감축 성과와 정부의 기후정책 이행 상황을 보다 체계적으로 평가하고 진단할 수 있는, 그러니까 내셔널 차원에서의 이행 점검 기반을 마련했다라는 점에서 큰 의미가 있다고 생각을 합니다. 둘째로는 금년 6월에 극단적 기후 현상이 발생하는 강도나 빈도가 급증하고 있기 때문에 이러한 최근의 상황을 고려해서 국가 적응 계획을 강화하였습니다. 하수도, 제방, 방파제 등 재난에 대비하기 위한 그런 인프라 시설의 설계 기준을 대폭적으로 상향하였습니다. 홍수 등 재난 발생을 보다 빨리 경고하고 대응하기 위한 모니터링과 경보 체계를 개선하였습니다. 아울러 기후 위기에 취약한 계층, 또 노인, 농민, 야외 노동자 등에 대한 대책도 보완을 했습니다. 마지막으로 셋째는 바로 이번 주입니다. 전문가뿐 아니라 이해관계자 그리고 청년과 같은 미래 세대들이 참여하는 그런 탄소 중립 이행 점검단을 출범하였습니다. 한국 정부는 100개가 넘는 100여 개의 정량적, 정성적 그런 성과 지표를 바탕으로 온실가스 감축, 기후 위기 적응, 공정한 전환 등에 대해서 체계적인 이행 점검을 실시할 계획입니다. 이러한 과정을 통해서 한국이 탄소 중립과 녹색 성장을 달성하는 데 있어서 이러한 과정들은 매우 핵심적이고 중요한 요소가 될 것이라고 생각을 합니다. 아시는 것처럼 금년에 개최될 COP28에서 글로벌 스택테이크가 굉장히 중요한 핵심적인 이슈로 논의될 예정입니다. 이러한 그런 한국의 변화와 유엔에서의 논의라는 상황을 감안할 때 오늘 컨퍼런스가 이행 점검과 관련된 각국의 그런 경험을 공유를 하고 또 참여하신 전문가분들의 견해를 듣는 매우 의미 있는 그런 자리가 될 것이라고 기대를 합니다. 오늘 자리에서 유익한 발표 또 토론을 통해서 글로벌 탄소 중립을 달성하는 데 있어서 꼭 필요한 그런 해법과 통찰력을 얻는 계기가 되기를 바랍니다. 오늘 참석하신 여러분들의 가정에 여러분들 가정의 건강과 행복이 늘 함께 하시기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your word, Mr. Chu Dae-young, Secretary General. And also I look forward to the active, fruitful discussions from every participant here today. Thank you very much. And moving on, let's hear some congratulatory remarks from Ms. Kim Hyo-eun, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Climate Change, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So please welcome Ambassador Kim Hyo-eun to the stage.
Deputy Minister Chu Dae-young, Secretary General of the Presidential Commission on Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth, and Dr. Chung Eun-hae, President of Greenhouse Gas Inventory and Research Center, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased and honored to be here this afternoon for congratulating International Greenhouse Gas Conference 2023. I also express my strong gratitude to GIR for organizing this meaningful event, particularly under the theme of tracking progress and strengthening ambition, the global stocktake prospects and NDC implementation. My thanks go to the speakers and panelists as well, who are representing various voices from different sectors with different perspectives. The message from science is very clear. The IPCC clearly recommends greenhouse gas emission reduction of collectively 43% by 2030 or 60% by 2035 compared to 2019 level to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius with no or limited overshooting impact. We are increasingly witnessing extreme weather events. Korea is not the exception at all. Those weather events have become a serious threat to our life and to the planet. Therefore, countries should commit to peak emission by 2025, as IPCC recommended, set ambitious economy-wide indices aiming for absolute emission reduction targets, and adopt net zero commitment by the middle of this century. All these things are the strong recommendations from the scientists, from the IPCC. The year of 2023 must be a historic time in global climate actions after the adoption of Paris Agreement in 2015. There is no need to say that COP28 in Dubai at the end of this year is going to be GST COP, because this global stocktake is the first global stocktake after the adoption of Paris Agreement. Therefore, we have to assess through this global stocktake process what we have achieved so far, and we have to identify where we still have gaps and why, and we must find solutions to narrow the gaps and invite all countries and all players on board, leaving nobody left behind, to accelerate climate action. It will be important that the GST results contribute to accelerating the implementation of the existing NDCs by 2030 and provide clear guidance to the ambition level of the next NDC by 2035. So at the UNFCCC negotiations, there is a strong convergence of views that GST outcome must be adopted as COP decision, not just a declaration at the political level. And GST outcome document must provide an indication and guidance to the level of 2035 NDC to all countries. So all major economies, particularly G20 countries, must play a leadership role. I believe G20 countries should set economy-wide NDC target, particularly in the form of absolute number. Therefore, XX% reduction of greenhouse gas emission by 2035. That is the right direction of making next NDCs. In all countries, I must say that GST and NDCs are very closely interconnected, and therefore NDC is the most powerful and effective vehicle to meet the target of Paris Agreement, accelerate climate action, and finally meet the carbon neutrality by the middle of this century. And GST is not only about mitigation. We all know that. It must be comprehensive, covering mitigation, adaptation, and means of implementation all together. In that context, the GST should provide recommendations to improve resilience at each stage of adaptation cycle, from policy planning and formulation, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. GST should pay same level of attention to the issues of loss and damage as well, because many developing countries, particularly vulnerable countries, are suffering from loss and damage. Therefore, GST should provide recommendation on how to ensure a holistic, effective, and efficient institutional architecture for adaptation and loss and damage. Climate finance. Climate finance should be a key part of GST as well. $100 billion commitment status, and guidance to new collective quantified goals for climate finance beyond 2025, and Paris Agreement Article 2.1c, all those important issues must be key elements to be incorporated in the GST outcome. The final outcome of GST will provide a very strong implication to Korea's climate action as well. As a global pivotal state and a member of G20, Major Economies Forum, and even so-called G7+, Korea must assess its status in global climate action and carefully review its role for the future to accelerate climate action. Therefore, today's conference will be remembered as a constructive contribution to make such hard work happen. Therefore, once again, I appreciate the speakers and panelists and all the participants for your valuable and insightful sharing of thoughts and your contribution. And once again, congratulations for having this important and meaningful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kim Hyo-hoon, for your inspirational speech. She also emphasized the importance of GST and the role of this meeting. Once again, thank you very much. She has enlightened our place with her messaging. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to introduce you to our first speaker of the main session. The first speaker is Mr. Gonzalo Chiafiello, climate change expert of Chaos, Borboleta's Zustand Bladat, and he's going to make a presentation on the overall prospects of a global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. So now I'd like to invite him onto the stage for the presentation. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
So good afternoon, and I would like to thank you all for being here and thank GIR and PATPA for the invitation to be here. It's for me a great privilege to participate, even if in the last day of what I think is the most prestigious greenhouse gas inventory training course in the world. Everyone knows about this, and so it's quite important for me to be able to share some of my knowledge, something of what I know about the key topic of our conference today, the global stocktake. And before I begin, may I just ask a raise of hands to anyone who has learned, who knew something about the global stocktake before coming or preparing for this conference. If you knew about the global stocktake before, could you please raise your hand? Okay. I don't think I would know anything about the global stocktake if this wasn't my job, so I don't think you need to be concerned about the fact that you don't. Maybe you should be concerned if you knew anything about the global stocktake. I would like to thank Ambassador Kim for making my work easy, because she presented the key highlights of the global stocktake from a first-person perspective. Someone who's very engaged in the negotiations under the Paris Agreement on this topic. So what I will do is to provide you with a very basic guidance or guidelines on what the global stocktake is, what has been done so far, and what is expected to happen in the future. So very basically, the global stocktake is a collective mechanism to increase national ambition. So basically, as you know, under the Paris Agreement, and as was discussed this morning, each country submits a nationally determined contribution to the global efforts to implement the Paris Agreement. So each country decides what, in all fairness and with the highest level of ambition, each country decides what their contribution is going to be. As such, we need to get together and see if whatever each country is doing, when put together in a sum, in a global effort, is enough to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. And then you will see that the global stocktake, or the GST, is part of a cycle which, under the Paris Agreement, is never ending, as it goes from the submission of NDCs to taking stock of what is happening, to submission of new NDCs, implementing new NDCs, and in the meantime here, submitting greenhouse gas inventories and biannual transparency reports, including information on what each country is doing. So the whole goal is that whenever we determine that we are not on track, or that we are not doing enough to meet the Paris goals, then that we collectively determine what we all should do in order to keep track. So this is exactly what was agreed in Paris, is to periodically take stock of the implementation of the agreement to assess collective progress towards the agreement and its long-term goals. So the global stocktake is not assessing what each country is doing. It's not assessing what Korea or Portugal or South Africa or Uganda or India or Brazil is doing. It has found a way to look into what we all are doing as a whole, as a planet. But as was just referred, it's not only about reducing emissions. because the Paris Agreement has 3 goals. Some even say that there are more goals in the agreement, but let's focus on the 3 main goals. So the first main goal is the global temperature goal, and we all know that the Paris Agreement is asking us to stay well below a global temperature increase of 2 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, and always keeping in mind the effort to limit this temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is to protect some ecosystems and some countries even, which would be highly endangered if the 2 degrees C global temperature increase would be met. In order to achieve this goal, science has it very clear that as a whole, the whole world needs to be net zero emissions or carbon neutral by the middle of the century. So the very first goal is the one which we all know about because it's very much quantitative in terms of temperature and in terms of where we need to be in terms of emissions. The second goal, put very broadly, is related to enhancing resilience and adaptation to the key climate impacts. No matter how much effort we do to limit temperature increase, some impacts of climate change will be felt, are already being felt. So we all know that we need to work towards increasing resilience and enhancing adaptation to this changing climate. And finally, the third goal of the Paris Agreement is to align financial flows with these 2 objectives. So basically, making sure that the global financial flows, all kinds of financial flows, private and sector, private and public, that they are all aligned to make sure that we achieve this goal and this goal. For instance, this is where the discussion of reducing subsidies to fossil fuels, for instance, comes from. Because attributing subsidies to fossil fuels somehow seems not aligned with the goal of achieving net zero emissions by the middle of the century. So these are the 3 goals of the Paris Agreement which we are taking stock currently in the context of the GST. So the reason why we are doing the global stocktake is to influence national policy-making process. As I said in the first slide, we have the NDCs, which are then reported on through greenhouse gas inventories and biannual transparency reports. And then we have the global stocktake, and then we do NDCs again. But each country is still going to decide what their nationally determined contribution is going to be. So the idea is that once we come to the end of this global stocktake process, there is some message that we all send to each other collectively, and that this message is then digested and used to influence the national policy making at home. So basically, when countries are updating and revising their nationally determined contribution for 2035, that they take into account the outcomes of the global stocktake. So very briefly, how does it work? How does the global stocktake look at what has been done collectively, and how does this then transformed into messages that countries will use to inform their policy-making process? So there's these first 2 steps, and this little thing here should be just on these 2. So the first step is information collection and preparation, and the technical assessment. And these 2 first steps have been concluded in June. It was a process for 2 years, and it was concluded in June. And finally, the outputs of this exercise are going to be considered in Dubai COP28. So what kind of information is collected and has been assessed in the context of technical dialogues? So we were looking for, and of course this was negotiated very hardly among countries in the context of the Paris Agreement, but we are looking into state of greenhouse gas emissions, mitigation efforts, the overall effect of nationally determined contributions, efforts related to adaptation, financial flows, and means of implementation and support provided from developed countries to developing countries, barriers and challenges that countries have faced, good practices, it's always good to learn from each other like we were trying to do this morning, and fairness considerations. Is it fair that I'm making an effort and my neighbor is not, and vice versa? So these are the types of information which we were looking for. So where was this information coming from? Reports from parties. This is in the spirit of the global stocktake, the core of the information. So we're talking about national communications, greenhouse gas inventories, biannual update reports, and in the future, biannual transparency reports, which are the reports to be submitted in the context of the enhanced transparency framework under the Paris Agreement. So the first global stocktake has been done without these reports which are being created under the Paris Agreement. So we are still using reports from the old guidelines that were there. In addition to reports from parties, which are the core, we have reports from the IPCC, which have been mentioned, reports from the subsidiary bodies, which are bodies under the convention which do a lot of work in terms of implementation and in terms of science, reports from other constituted bodies like the Adaptation Committee or the Santiago Network, for instance, in the future, from UN agencies like UN Women or UN Habitat or UNEP or UNDP, submissions from parties and non-parties. So if a specific country wants to make a specific submission of their views on the global stocktake, they are welcome to do it. And in particular, non-party stakeholders are also welcome to do it. And then finally, the synthesis report prepared by the Secretariat as a result of these technical dialogues. So the outputs of the technical assessment. So there has been these dialogues, which were meetings among parties, among countries, among non-party stakeholders like research institutes, NGOs, companies, trade unions. These technical dialogues to assess this information which has been collected took place over 3 sessions. The last one was in June in Bonn. So after each session, a summary report is being produced. And this summary report is not a negotiated text. It's just a summary of all the key information points which were discussed and shared. The first 2 summary reports are already available, so you can go into the UNFCCC website and find it. And the third one will be published by August 15th, so pretty soon. And then finally, a synthesis report, a factual synthesis report of all technical dialogues, which is coming up from these 3 summary reports and identifying the key messages that, from a technical perspective, are being sent forward to the political discussions. And this report is to be made available in early September. So there are key findings in these summary reports, which again are not agreed, and they are much more than what I have here, but I would like to highlight what I believe are findings which will be crucial in the discussions in Dubai. So the first one is there has been significant yet inadequate collective progress towards achieving the purpose of the Paris Agreement. So countries are making an effort, but it's not enough. Emissions are not in line with global mitigation pathways consistent with the temperature goal. So the nationally determined contributions are not enough, and on top of that, they are not being implemented in accordance with what was planned. So we are really lagging behind in terms of emissions pathways. As was referred to, emissions need to peak between 2020 and 2025 if we want to have a 50% chance of committing to the goals. I will move ahead as my time is running out, like the time to fight climate change. This was the first slide was in relation to mitigation. The second slide is in relation to adaptation. Collectively, there is increasing ambition in plans and commitments for adaptation, but there is also an implementation gap and technologies. There is an implementation gap. You will see that the messages related to adaptation are not as strong and they are not as pungent as the ones related to mitigation. And finally, in relation to finance, achieving systemic transformations in pursuit of 1.5-degree goal requires rapid deployment and adoption of cleaner technologies and accelerated innovation. The amount of international financial support for adaptation has increased, although adequacy of such support is limited compared to the scale of needs. And finally, there is a need to address the significant funding and investment gaps in misaligned flows that remain. So there is a need to look at all the financial flows and ensure their rapid alignment in relation to the goals of the Paris Agreement. Finally, what is going to happen from now until COP28 in Dubai, which is happening in the beginning of December? So this factual synthesis report is being published in September. Then countries can have submissions, so sending their views to the Paris Agreement on what they understand from this factual synthesis report and what they think is most important. And then there's going to be a specific workshop in October to discuss this topic. In addition to that, there is going to be some high-level meetings, including those convened by the United Nations Secretary General, and for instance, the pre-COP meeting which is taking place in Abu Dhabi in October, where high-level participants will have the opportunity to discuss how to move forward. And to conclude, in COP28, there is going to be consideration of the outputs. So considering the outputs of these technical dialogues, which are going to be synthesized in this synthesis report. And so there's going to be high-level events. So high-level events are participated by ministers, but also by ambassadors and heads of state. And they will look into what the science and what the technical dialogue results. And they're finally going to create what is called the outcome of the global stocktake. This outcome can be either a COP decision or a political declaration or both. And of course, there is differences in terms of the impact of one or the other, as a COP decision is stronger as it has a legal stance. And this outcome should have both a forward and backward looking. It should basically say what we have done and not done, but also give guidance to countries on what needs to be done so that we can somehow bridge over the gap which has been created. And finally, maybe a technical annex to this decision or declaration can provide more specific guidance, scientifically and technically based guidance on what needs to be done in terms of reducing emissions, increasing adaptation, and aligning financial flows with the Paris Agreement goals. But of course, COP28 is not the end. It's actually the beginning of a new cycle of creating nationally determined contributions, which in the meantime are going to be preceded by the first biannual transparency report in 2024, then national determined contributions around 2024 or 2025. Adaptation communications are also coming, and then by 2028, a new global stocktake is going to take place, and then we go back to the original cycle. And I've overrun my time, I'm sorry for that, and there's more information about PATPA if you want to find us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your valuable thoughts and inputs on global stocktake, enhancing ambition and the Paris Agreement. Thank you once again. And now let us invite Mr. Ali Waqas Malik, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Pakistan, Republic of Korea. And in his presentation, he will give an insightful suggestion for NDC's implementation in developing countries based on analysis of 2020 NDC synthesis report. So the floor is now yours, please. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ali Waqas Malik. I'm Deputy Head of Mission in the Embassy of Pakistan, Seoul. And today I will speak on the implementation of nationally determined contributions in developing countries. The sequence of my presentation will be first, I'll be sharing with you some insights from the NDC's synthesis report 2022 that was prepared by the UN Climate Change Secretariat on the request of the CMA that we all know is the governing body of the Paris Agreement. And thereafter, I will briefly present a case study from the developing countries on NDC's implementation. And for this, I will share insights from the experience of my own country, Pakistan. And thereafter, I will briefly touch upon the needs of the developing countries vis-a-vis NDC's implementation. And lastly, I'll try to come up with some recommendations. We all are aware that in 2015, when Paris Agreement was signed, all the parties to the Paris Agreement, they submitted intended nationally determined contributions that were not ambitious enough to keep the temperature goal and all other 3 goals of the Paris Agreement within reach. And these apprehensions were later verified in 2018 when IPCC presented its famous 1.5 report. And then on this slide specifically, you see an analysis of, or the key findings or insights from the analysis of all NDCs that are submitted to the UN Climate Change Secretariat till September 2022. And one of the key striking findings is that that almost 90% of the submitted NDCs, they have quantified mitigation targets. And implementation of all these targets, this report has analyzed that can lead to global GHG emissions reduction that is 10.6% higher than 2010 levels. That meaning thereby that the NDCs submitted to date are still not ambitious enough to keep the temperature goal, 1.5 goal of the Paris Agreement alive. Another, again, alarming insight from the report is that even though it is better than the previous report, that now there is a stronger possibility that the global emissions will peak before 2030, but as my previous speakers, they highlighted that we need to peak before 2025, and even 2030 is not enough to keep 1.5 alive. Another I'm one of the climate negotiator as well, and I can share with you there is a huge misconception among the negotiators is that NDCs are mostly or like primarily for communicating the GHG emissions reduction targets. That is actually not the case. The developing countries like Pakistan, we are of the view and we constantly advocate that adaptation is an integral part of the NDCs. And as Mr. Gonzalo, he said that even the synthesis reports from the GST technical sessions, they are not as ambitious enough on the adaptation side. So adaptation is the lagging point. And if we just go again back to the NDC synthesis report, the message is that 80% of the NDCs submitted by the countries, they mentioned NDCs and they actually provided information on the vulnerability as well as adaptation measures, including national adaptation plans and sectoral actions. Another important thing which Ambassador Kim also highlighted that means of implementation is actually the key, and without means of implementation, it is hardly possible for developing countries to deliver on their NDC's commitments. That's why we see that almost all countries, regardless of whether they are developed or developing countries, they have mentioned means of implementation in their NDCs, and almost 44% that are primarily the developing countries, they have actually provided quantitative estimates of financial support they need for implementing their NDCs. Additionally, 58% of the NDCs, they have identified technology, some sort of technology they want to use in carrying out their NDCs commitments regarding mitigation as well as adaptation. And 74% of the countries, almost all the developing countries, they have identified capacity building as a prerequisite for NDCs implementation. These are, on this slide, you can see the key takeaways. Let me summarize them briefly. In my understanding, there are 3 key takeaways from the NDC synthesis report for me. First is that the NDCs submitted to date are not ambitious enough to keep the 1.5 degree temperature target of the Paris Agreement alive. Secondly, the scope of NDCs is not limited to the mitigation alone, and adaptation is an integral part of the NDCs. And lastly, the developing countries must be substantially supported by the means of implementation in order to deliver on their NDCs. So these are the 3 key takeaways which I can highlight from the synthesis report. Now, describing about a case study from Pakistan regarding the NDC's implementation. I was also part of this NDC, Pakistan's NDC's formulation process and now the implementation side of it. But what I can tell you is that Pakistan responded to the IPCC's 1.5 report in a big way by updating its initially submitted NDCs, and we came up with our updated revised NDCs in 2021. And we committed to overall 50% GHG emissions reductions from the projected levels in 2030. And on top of it, we've committed 15% of the GHG emissions will be done unconditionally, even if the means of implementation are not provided to Pakistan, but for the 35% will be needing finance from the developed countries. The revised NDCs, they also included new sectors that are blue carbon or healthcare and waste sector. And it also highlighted some key priority areas or high priority areas for Pakistan. For example, we have committed that 60% of our electricity needs by 2030 will be from the clean sources, renewable and clean, including hydro. And there will be a moratorium, and it's still in place, on the imported coal power plants. And then we have also committed to shift the on-road transport, 30% of it, to e-vehicles by 2030. And lastly, to increase the protected areas covered in Pakistan from presently 12% to the 15% in 2023. Soon after presenting our NDCs, the government of Pakistan, they initiated an extensive consultation process at the national as well as subnational level with all stakeholders with a view to come up with an ambitious NDC implementation plan. And for that, the consultations were held at the federal level as well as the 6 subnational government levels. One of the key aim, in addition to the development of NDC's implementation plan, was to help out the subnational governments to come up with their own subnational NDC's implementation plans. And as a result of the consultations, these subnational governments have already developed their 6 subnational plans, and they have identified 49 priority areas or the project interventions, which they'll be implementing in coming years for the implementation of NDCs. At the national level, the Ministry of Climate Change, they have identified almost 10 priority areas, and if you combine those 10 priority areas with the provincial plans, they have both culminated into the development of the national framework for the NDC implementation with 59 priority actions in total, with a portfolio of $2.4 billion. But it is actually, it's an initial step. It is not about the full implementation of NDCs, because full implementation of NDCs will require a lot of more money. This is just 2.4 billion. Our need for the climate finances runs in hundreds of $billions. While in our quest for implementing NDCs in Pakistan, government of Pakistan, however, is dealing with severe challenges and unique circumstances, such as the limited direct access to climate finance, especially at the subnational level. As in my previous slide, I just informed you that almost 80% of the project interventions for the NDCs will be done by the subnational governments, and to date, for example, in Green Climate Fund, there is no government entity from the subnational governments that is accredited to get access to financial resources at the disposal of the fund. So this is one big problem with that government of Pakistan is facing. Secondly, the economic challenges and primarily the public debt has also made it difficult for the government of Pakistan to borrow any additional debt-producing climate finance, even if it is provided at a very concessional rate. So it's a big issue, the indebtedness of Pakistan. And thirdly, you can see that Pakistan, because of the limited fiscal space, often the climate targets, they compete with the other development priorities of the government, mainly related to the sustainable development goals like zero hunger and no poverty. And one most important things which my previous speakers also highlighted is the vulnerability and the loss and damage. Pakistan is highly vulnerable climate country, and because of the threat of the extreme weather events or the floods, it's also the sword is hanging on the government that whatever you do in terms of climate action, all the benefits or the gains can be do away in one big flood. So it's again that we are at a consistent threat of these floods, and now we have started witnessing cyclones in Pakistan as well. And again, if I can go in detail, but there are some capacity constraints and at the subnational level as well in the project development and implementation. Let me come back to the implementation of NDCs, and specifically, let me talk about the needs of the developing countries vis-a-vis NDCs implementation. And I will share some insights with you from the first needs determination report of the Standing Committee on Finance of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and Paris Agreement. This report was actually mandated by COP24 to the SCF, and they were tasked to come up with a report on the needs of the developing countries vis-a-vis their developing countries' needs for the implementation of the convention and the Paris Agreement. I was part of the Standing Committee of Finance when this report was produced, and this report is actually compiled from the 9 different types of national reports, which you can see on the screen. From like adaptation communications, VURs, and all others, including the NDCs that I have underlined. I'll just highlight only one key finding of that report, and I'll not bore you with other details. The one important finding is that out of all 153 developing countries that submitted NDCs under the Paris Agreement, only 78 countries actually costed their needs. And those costed needs, if we just sum them together, they are amount to $5.8 to $5.9 trillion till 2030. So this is a big number. If we, in terms of distributed in terms of the thematic distribution, then the costed needs in the developing countries NDCs were 37% mitigation, that was around $2.1 trillion. Then adaptation, $835 billion, and cross-cutting $2.89 trillion, that are around 49% of the total costed needs. The reality, on the other hand, is that we all know that finance is the key, and this key actually signifies that all developing countries believe that finance climate finance especially can unlock climate action, ambitious climate action in the developing countries that can keep the temperature goals as well as other goals of the Paris Agreement within reach. But again, the reality is that the current level of climate finance available to the developing countries is actually very less. Where I have told you that our need is around $6 trillion per annum, or like in total till 2030. But what we have is only a pledge that that developed countries have committed that they will mobilize $100 billion per year till by 2020 for the developing countries. And this is the report which was again produced by the Standing Committee on Finance, the $100 billion progress report, and it was presented last year at COP27. And let's go back to the last point only, that the report only confirms that the $100 billion pledge was not met in 2020. We all know that our need is in trillions, but what we are getting is not even 100 billion. And the report, the 100 billion progress report, did not actually come up with any number. This is the chart from the report, the famous lollipop diagram on which I can share with you some insights within the Standing Committee on Finance, that the negotiators from developed and developing countries, they fought so hard that this chart should not be reflected in the executive report. And in the end, it was agreed that we will not have any executive report because they don't want to show this chart. This is nothing. This is just telling you that there is no climate finance definition which is agreeable to both developed and developing countries. Developing countries are of the view that only the climate finance which is public, grant-based, or highly concessional, and that is for the climate action in developing countries, should be counted as climate finance. But the developed countries, most of them, they rely on OECD Rio markers to report on the climate finance, and that Rio markers, among other things, they do not differentiate between loans and grants, for example. So this is the point. That is why you see that according to this chart, OECD has shown that in 2020, the developed countries provided around $83 billion to the developing countries for climate action. But according to Oxfam's Climate Shadow Report 2020, these estimates are down to $19 billion. So there is a huge gap. The developing countries are saying that you are providing $19 billion. The developed countries are telling we are providing $83 billion. What we need is $6 trillion. So if the finance is not there, then again, we can have a very robust outcome on GST, but in the end, it will be very difficult to implement if the money is not flowing. Lastly, and I'll just try to hurry through this slide, some recommendations on NDC's implementation. And in NDC's implementation, I'm of the view that the NDC's implementation, especially in the developing countries, cannot be achieved if the international climate change regime cannot uphold the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibility. Meaning thereby that the developed countries, I also include G20, all G20 members in that, it's my own perspective, not country perspective, that they should take the lead based on their historical responsibility and demonstrate deeper emissions cuts and GHG emission reduction targets as compared to the developed countries if you want to keep the 1.5 degree centigrade temperature target of the Paris Agreement alive. And again, lastly, you can see that the developing countries must be provided sufficient predictable grant-based public finance by the developed countries. And again, they should be supported, or support should be mobilized for the technological and the capacity building needs of the developing countries as well. Thank you very much for the patient listening.
That was a great presentation. Thank you very much for your meaningful speech, Mr. Ali Waqas Malik. And next, I would like to introduce our speaker, Dr. Olia Gliad, Director for MRV Systems, Greenhouse Gas Management Institute. and she will give us presentation on the technical assessment of the global stock taking through the national greenhouse gas inventories under the ETF. She is now on the stage. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity to present on this topic on this wonderful conference. And best greetings to my colleagues, my students, esteemed VIPs here. It's fantastic to see your faces, to see your interest to such a wonderful and so hot topic these days. So today I will be presenting about the technical assessment on global stock change for the national greenhouse gas inventories under the ETF. Under this dry title, we're actually talking about the other side of the coin. Not just looking at GST as the big movement between all countries to have synthesized reports and manage the monitoring of the progress towards the target. But what do we need to be aware of to understand the data and information behind those statements? And what forms the key sources and key logical conclusions that go into GST? So I want to cite the UN Climate Change Executive Secretary, Mr. Simon Steele, who said that global stocktake will end up being just another report unless governments and those that they represent can look at it and ultimately understand what it means for them and what they can do and must do about it next. So that is why I think greenhouse gas inventory is a very important concept and a great data source to monitor our progress to target, to set the target, to understand, are we doing it? The outline of today's presentation will include the overview of the greenhouse gas inventories, the metrics for the assessment of emissions and how it is done, the ETF criteria on the quality of the data, and the meaning and approaches to calculation net zero in terms of emissions and removals. Last but not the least, I will touch on historical trends of sectoral and total emissions using the examples of large group of developed countries, Annex 1 parties. So what is greenhouse gas inventory? Some of you are very deeply engaged in this process. Others touched base with it, yet others heard about it, maybe. So we are talking about greenhouse gas inventory as an accounting of greenhouse gases, or GHGs, emitted or removed from the atmosphere. The purpose of greenhouse gas inventories is not to reduce or increase emissions. The purpose is to monitor them, to record them accurately and scientifically correct. As mentioned before by the esteemed president of GIR, we are at the turning point when sporadic and random reporting under MRV and UNFCCC turns into much more systematic and frequent reporting under ETF and Paris Agreement. We all have to produce BTRs every 2 years. We can't get away with doing it every 10 years or every 5 years, etc. And the data in the BTR are the greenhouse gas data, which will drive the projections, the policy decisions, etc. So, greenhouse gases that covered under inventory include those representatives on the bottom of the slide. Carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, 2 groups of gases which have fluorine in the molecule, and SF6 and NF3. Policymakers will use GHG inventories to establish a baseline for tracking emissions trends, developing mitigation strategies and policies, and assessing the progress. So it's an extremely important document, which doesn't make sense if you don't really understand how it's composed, how accurate the data are, what's the interval for uncertainties, what does it mean, net emissions, gross emissions, etc. So first, the metrics for the inventories. One, and probably the most important one, is using of global warming potentials, which is the cumulative radiative forcing for both direct and indirect effects over a specified horizon resulting from the emission of a unit mass of gas in relation to, in our case, carbon dioxide. So GWPs were developed to allow comparisons of the global warming impacts of different gases and ability to add emissions from different gases, because you don't want to add oranges and apples, right? So 1 ton of methane is not the same as 1 ton of carbon dioxide in terms of GWP. And here, I gave you the example, oh, sorry, not yet, but I will give you the example of calculating the actual impact of methane compared to carbon dioxide. So the metric we are looking at here is carbon dioxide equivalent, or CO2e, which is recalculated emissions to that universal situation with GWPs. Also, need to be aware that the international emissions must be reported using metric system, using the units like kilotons or gigograms, which is exactly the same for the emissions themselves. So let's have a look how we go from GHG to CO2 equivalent. I already told you that we have to apply GWPs. Here is the example how we do it. We simply multiply the mass of emissions in whatever unit, and kiloton in this case, by the value of GWP. Where do we take it? The IPCC published assessment reports. They are improving as the time goes because of the science progress. And here I gave you a summary of GWPs for the main greenhouse gases, CO2, CH4, and N2O, from different reports. Currently, we are using AR4. That's why methane is multiplied by 25. Under the Paris Agreement, we are going to use AR5. Why does it sound important to you, or should be important to you? Because if a country submitted inventory 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they use different coefficients. And therefore, the totals in CO2 equivalent will be different, even if the amount of each gas is exactly the same. That is why. Now, let's have a look at the structure of the inventory by sector. So the inventory covers the economic sectors, which are grouped by energy, IPPU, waste, agriculture, and LULUCF. Energy sector includes combustion fugitive emissions from the production, storage, and use of fuels, either mobile or stationary. It emits 3 main GHGs. IPPU covers emissions from chemical reactions during industrial processes or product use, and it emits the widest spectrum of GHGs. Waste sector covers emissions associated with waste management, disposal, and decomposition, also 3 GHGs. In agriculture, emissions from livestock and management of agricultural soils, the same 3 GHGs as waste. LULUCF stands for emissions from land use change, and forestry, also 3 GHGs. Now, in the last column, you see most of the sectors have blue name source, and under LULUCF, I have green. Why? That's why. Because some countries have negative values and some countries have positive values from that sector. Why is it so? It depends ultimately on a balance between sequestration of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and emissions. You can say, why do we have emissions from this sector? Well, because we convert the lands from one use to another. We cut the trees. The growing trees, they emit more carbon dioxide than they absorb. The mature trees, they remove more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere than they emit. That's why sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative. And that is why it is important to actually understand how emissions are calculated and how the totals are received. So the calculations of emissions follow this pattern. So we have activity data, which could be observations, measurements, model data, proxy data, aggregated or disaggregated, times ultimately emission factor, which could be a single value, or it could be a composite value. And I gave examples right here. Here is emissions calculated with single values, and here you can see emission factor has a quite sophisticated formula. Depending on the type of and values of emission factors, taken, say, as defaults from IPCC guidelines, or more complex sources which are nationally specific or facility specific, we have different methodological tiers of complexity and accuracy of calculations, tier 1, 2, and 3. Now, I told something about accuracy. Let's have a look at a very important component of the accuracy. If I tell you that my emissions went up by 1%, is it scientifically important or not? Well, technically, no. Because as you can see, the uncertainties of the data are way, way, way higher than 1%. We have lowest uncertainties for CO2 from fossil fuels, and they grow as we go from technological to biological systems. For biological systems, uncertainty is always higher. Now to the total emissions. We have total emissions calculated in two different ways. Gross emissions include the sectors which only emit pretty much. So that would be energy, IPPU, agriculture, and waste. Net emissions are the ones that include LULUCF as well, which could push things up or push them down. And here's a picture what it might look like if LULUCF is negative. Have a look. These are our gross emissions. LULUCF is negative. The total is below the gross. That is why it's extremely important when you do the targets or progress monitoring in NDC, you actually clearly specify, are you talking about net emissions or are you talking about gross emissions? Next is a summary of world net GHG emissions here. Why did I use net? Because worldwide, LULUCF is slight source of emissions, not zinc. And that's why you can see it contributes 3% approximately, or contributed in 2020. So on the left-hand side, you have sectoral contribution. On the right-hand side, you have the gaseous contribution. Among sectors, energy leads globally. Among gases, CO2 leads also globally. And here's an example from Annex 1 parties, which has a couple of cheerful things. First is the green line on the bottom is net emissions. They're much lower than gross emissions, so we have negative emissions from LULUCF. Second, have a look. Here are emission levels in 1990. Here we have 2020. What's bigger? We went down, which gives us hope. Next, I will speak about how the ETF ensures the quality of the data, and that's by introducing the consistent modality strategies and guidance, introducing the quality principles, and introducing the mandatory review of all BTRs for all countries, developed and developing. Here is the list of the quality principles. Finally, net zero emissions. Well, here I show you the balance. It's a balance between emissions and removals. So ones are positive, ones are negative. You want to achieve zero. The question is, which emissions we are talking about? Now, here we go. We're talking about only anthropogenic emissions associated with some kind of production of something. Now, emissions mean all direct GHG only, not only CO2. So even you see CO2 went up, CO2 went down, it might not be all. Now, another important thing is to understand that we're using global warming potentials, but there are other metrics in IPCC which are not used currently but might be used in the future, like global thermal potentials. And last but not the least, the net emissions in the LULUCF sector also can be calculated in different methods. Under Kyoto Protocol, we use activity-based method. Under the UNFCCC convention, we're using land-based method. Here's just an example how the greenhouse gas inventories translate into NDC target. So we have originally the emissions. We applied some accounting method which helps us to understand the contribution of LULUCF. Then we applied target setting method, which also can be very different. And here we have our NDC targets in the result. Now, well, that's the next continuous of the previous thing. So I don't want to spend too much time on types of targets because you are familiar with that. But the important thing that I want you to show here is some targets are related to emissions, some targets are not. The ones that relate to emissions could be structured as absolute target between year X and year Y, like base year and the last year. It could be comparing to BAU, business as usual emissions, if no policies or measures are implemented, or it could be intensity target. Intensity means emissions divided by economic activity. Intensity targets show us clearly the decoupling between the growth of economic activities and growth or reduction of emissions. Here is the example of global assessment. So this is taken from synthesis report from UNFCCC, and you can see that there might be some hope for us because under different scenarios with different implementations we can go up or down. I hope we'll go down with emissions. And also there are some notes from the synthesis reports. I don't have time to read them, so you can see them in the booklets. Here are the different scenarios that lead to different types of emissions, and you can see that under some scenarios we're actually reaching our targets, which is great. In the last bit, I wanted to show you something which actually fascinated me. We spoke about LULUCF sector as reducer of our emissions, right? But it can be done using good science and technology. And, sorry, not thank you yet. Here is the example of synthetic trees. So these, unlike the normal trees that do not produce oxygen, but they do absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And you can plant those things in the desert. In fact, they work better in the desert, where there's a lot of sun. What do? They grab carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, convert it, push it through the alkali solution of sodium hydroxide, form sodium carbonate, and that carbonate is stored for millions of years under the ocean bed, which means we remove quite a lot of carbon dioxide that way. Oh, sorry, not again. Here we go. 250,000 of those trees can remove up to 22 billion of carbon dioxide, and that's in tons. So that gives me hope, that's for sure. Now, I rightfully say thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. That was very informative presentation. I learned a lot from your talk. Thank you once again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to introduce our final presenter, Professor Yu Seung-jik, Seungmyeong Women's University. So he will going to give a presentation on monitoring progress toward 2030 NDC in Korea. So please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
예, 안녕하세요. 오늘 저는 한국의 앞에서 글로벌 스탁테이크에 대해서 말씀들을 많이 하셨습니다만은 저는 한국에 입장에서 국가 단위의 스탁테이크의 한 과정에 대해서 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 제가 오늘 드리는 말씀은 그 배경과 구체적으로 한국에서는 온실가스 감축 목표 설정뿐만 아니라 감축 목표 이행을 어떻게 관리하고 있는가 하는 것에 대해서 말씀드리고 한국의 경험에서 앞으로 더 개선할 점과 또 한국의 경험을 어떻게 공유할 수 있는가에 대해서 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 잘 아시겠습니다만은 2023년부터 모든 기후변화 당사국, 그다음에 파리 협정 당사국들은 이제 2년 단위로 국가 온실가스 배출량 통계뿐만 아니라 그 국가에서 온실가스 감축을 어떻게 이행하고 있는가 하는 그 보고서를 BTR이라고 하는 보고서를 제출하도록 되어 있습니다. 그래서 그 보고서에서는 여러 가지 내용들이 포함이 됩니다만 중요하게 저희가 관심을 갖고 봐야 되는 것 중에 하나가 결국은 국가 감축 목표 설정뿐만 아니라 그 설정된 목표를 어떻게 이행하느냐 하는 것들에 대한 내용을 포함하도록 되어 있습니다. 그래서 관련된 것에서 이제 그러한 그 이행 진전 사항을 어떻게 평가할 것인가 하는 관점에서 보시면은 인디케이터들을 제시하도록 되어 있습니다. 그래서 우리가 아는 전체 온실가스 배출량을 GDP로 나눈다거나 인구수로 나눈다거나 하는 그러한 같은 그 인텐서티, 그 집약도 지표뿐만 아니라 각 부문 혹은 국가 단위의 어떤 특징을 나타낼 수 있는 것도 제출하도록 되어 있습니다. 그래서 이러한 그 자료들은 단순한 온실가스 감축 목표 설정뿐만 아니라 향후 그 목표 설정된 목표를 조정한다거나 개선시킬 때 사용될 수 있다고 보겠습니다. 그래서 이제 그런 관점에서 이제 저희 한국도 이 온실가스 감축 그동안 온실가스 감축 목표 설정에 대한 다양한 풍부한 경험을 갖고 있습니다. 그래서 그 경험으로부터 한국에 있어서는 또 이런 이행 평가도 할 수 있는 그 기반은 충분하다고 보겠습니다. 그래서 제가 이 슬라이드에서 보여드리는 것은 한국은 이미 2008년 9년부터 2020년에 그 국가 단위 온실가스 감축 목표, 그다음에 2015년에 2030년 목표를 설정해서 제출한 이후에 그동안에도 한 3번에 걸쳐서 온실가스 감축 목표를 보다 정교하게 하는 그 수정 과정을 거쳤습니다. 그런 과정에서 온실가스 감축 목표 수립을 위한 어떤 필요 자료와 그다음에 그 이행 등에 대한 자료를 축적해 왔습니다. 그러다가 2020년부터 본격적으로 이제 온실가스 감축 목표뿐만 아니라 온실가스 감축의 이행에 대한 그 관리도 중요하다 하는 관점에서 2020년부터 온실가스 감축 목표 이행에 대한 그 평가를 진행해 왔습니다. 제가 이 슬라이드를 보여드리는 이유는 그러니까 우리가 온실가스 감축 이행에 대해서 평가를 하기 위해서는 그 감축 목표가 어떻게 설정되었는가 하는 그 내용을 갖다가 먼저 파악하고 있는 것이 필요합니다. 그런데 뭐 각 국가마다 감축 목표를 설정하는 방법은 여러 가지가 있습니다만은 한국의 경우에는 매우 자세한 그 자료를 가지고선 감축 목표를 국가 단위뿐만 아니라 부문 업종별로 설정을 해왔습니다. 뭐 대분류로 했을 경우 한 400개 이상의 기술적인 정책적인 자료뿐만 아니라 세 분류로 했을 경우에 수천 개의 자료를 사용해서 목표를 설정해 왔습니다. 결국은 그 나라의 감축 목표가 충분히 이행되느냐 하는 것에 대한 평가는 이와 같이 설정된 그 기술이라든지 정책들이 제대로 적당한 시기에 이행이 되는가, 그다음에 그 정책이라든지 그 기술이 우리가 소기에 원래 목표하였던 그런 성과를 내고 있느냐 하는 것을 파악하는 것이라 보겠습니다. 그래서 이와 같은 풍부한 자료를 갖고 있기 때문에 저희도 이제 그 감축 목표 그 이행 평가에 대한 기초적인 내용은 갖고 있다고 보겠습니다. 그래서 저희가 감축 목표, 특히 이제 이행 성과를 평가하는 데서는 크게 두 가지 방법을 채택하고 있습니다. 하나는 디컴포지션이라고 해서 어떤 온실가스 배출량을 뭐 국가 단위 혹은 업종 단위 혹은 부문 단위로 변했을 때 그거에 대한 요인을 갖다 파악하는 것이 있고요. 두 번째는 그 국가 단위 앞에서 말씀드린 그 목표 설정과 연관이 깊은 정책이라든지 또 정책의 성과 등을 나타낼 수 있는 지표를 설정해서 관리를 하고 있는 것입니다. 그래서 저희가 크게 이제 요인 분해와 관련돼서는 크게 한 4가지 측면에서 총량적으로 평가를 할 수 있다고 보겠습니다. 그래서 온실가스 배출량을 인구라든지 하는 그 사회적인 특성을 나타내는 사회적인 요인, 그다음에 1인당 성장, 1인당 소득 혹은 국가 경제 생산이라고 하는 GDP라든지 하는 그런 경제적인 요인에 의한 그 변화 요인. 그 외에 좀 정책적인 파트가 들어가는 것은 두 가지로 볼 수 있겠습니다. 하나는 에너지 사용, 한국의 경우에서도 한 90% 이상 정도가 에너지와 관련되는 것이기 때문에 그 에너지의 효율을 갖다가 얼마만큼 개선할 것이냐 하는 효율 관련된 정책의 효과를 나타내는 지표가 하나 있고요. 그다음에 중요한 우리가 에너지 전환 얘기를 합니다만은 에너지의 구성, 그러니까 고배출 연료에서 저배출 연료라든지 재생에너지로 전환시키는 그 정도를 나타내는 지표, 크게 한 4가지로 분류해가지고 국가 단위 혹은 산업 단위 혹은 부문 단위로 파악을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 각 부문별로는 이런 큰 4가지 관점을 어떻게 적용하느냐 하는 관점에서는 차이가 있겠습니다만 크게 어떤 자연적인, 사회적인 현상, 경제적인 현상, 정책적인 현상, 뭐 정책 내에서도 특히 기술적인 측면과 연료 전환이라는 측면을 파악하는 그 4가지 요인으로 분석하고 있다 하는 관점에서는 동일하다고 보겠습니다. 먼저 이제 그런 구체적인 내용을 설명할 때 한국의 이제 온실가스 배출의 한 특성을 먼저 말씀드리겠습니다. 한국은 1990년 이후부터 한 그 글로벌 동아시아 금융위기가 오는 1997년 한 2000년 초까지만 2000년 이전까지만 해도 연평균 경제 성장률이 9% 이상이었고 온실가스 배출량도 한 9% 이상. 굉장히 높은 경제 성장, 온실가스 배출량의 증가를 보였습니다. 그러던 것이 2000년 접어들면서 동아시아 금융위기 이후 중화공업 우선의 정책에서 우리가 이제 뭐 IT라든지 그다음에 커뮤니케이션이라는 테크놀로지 하는 보다 고부가 가치 저배출 산업 중심으로 산업 정책이 바뀌는 과정에서 경제 성장은 여전히 한 5% 이상대로 유지를 합니다만은 이미 2000년 이후로 온실가스 배출량 자체가 한 2~3%대로 낮아졌습니다. 그러던 것이 2009년 글로벌 금융위기 이후 우리 한국에서는 이제 뭐 제철이라든지 이제 그런 산업에서 이제 일시적으로 증서 등을 통해서 온실가스 배출량이 급증했습니다만은 2010년 이후로 쭉 보시면 한국 경제도 이제 선진국형 경제로 접어들면서 연평균 경제 성장률이 한 2~3%대로 낮아지고 배출량 자체는 한 1% 플러스 마이너스 정도 수준으로 굉장히 낮아졌습니다. 그래서 이제 저희가 보기에는 이제 한국의 경우에는 한 2015년 전후로 해서 배출량이 거의 이제 최대점에 온 것이 아니겠느냐. 물론 2018년이라고 하는 점에서는 높아졌습니다. 그러나 이제 코비드 19 영향뿐만 아니라 전반적으로 한국의 그 온실가스 배출량의 그 추세를 보시면은 한 2015년 이후로 거의 이제 정점에 있는 어떤 최대치를 도달한 수준을 유지하고 있다 이렇게 보겠습니다. 이와 같은 그 연도별 혹은 기간별 온실가스 배출량은 저희는 크게 세 가지 측면에서 보고 있습니다. 하나는 이제 2015년이라는 한 저희가 이제 뭐 국가 단위로 이제 2030년 목표의 한 기준 시점이 될 수도 있습니다만은 2015년 대비 과거에 한 예를 들어 18년, 19년이라고 특정한 기간에 온실가스 배출량이 어떻게 됐느냐 하는 것을 비교하는 적도 있고, 그다음에 저희는 이제 2030년 목표를 2030년뿐만 아니라 연도별 목표 혹은 기간별 목표를 설정하여 분석을 발표를 한 바가 있습니다. 그래서 그와 같은 국가 목표 대비 그 배출량 실적이 어떻게 되느냐, 그다음에 또 전년도 대비 배출량 실적이 어떻게 되냐, 크게 세 가지 측면에서 파악을 하고 있습니다. 먼저 이제 2018년, 19년에 연평균 그 2년 동안의 평균 배출량을 2015년과 한 비교를 봤을 경우에 저희가 경제 성장이라든지 에너지 그 효율이라든지 에너지 구성에 있어서는 온실가스 배출량을 줄이는 측면을 작용했습니다. 근데 정책의 효과가 좀 있는 걸로 반영할 수 있고, 다만 그럼에도 불구하고 전반적으로 증가한 이유는 경제 성장이 생각한 것보다 좀 높았고, 그다음에 인구 증가의 요인도 높은 효과라고 보겠습니다. 그런 것을 저희가 이제 그 2015년이 아니라 저희가 원래 목표를 설정한 국가 단위 목표를 설정한 것과 비교를 해봤을 경우에 2018년, 19년의 경우에는 정책의 효과가 초기에 목적한 것보다는 좀 불충분하다. 그래서 온실가스 그 배출에 영향을 주는 연료 구성이라든지 에너지 효율 같은 경우에는 정책을 하고자 하는 목표 대비 미달한 측면이 있었고, 반면에 저희가 생각한 경제 성장보다 혹은 인구 성장보다는 실적이 좀 낮은 그런 것이 발생해서 온실가스 배출량 자체는 이제 전반적으로 지금 목표한 것보다는 초과했다 하는 그런 판단을 갖다가 저희가 시기별로 그다음에 기간별로 이렇게 분석을 해오고 있습니다. 뭐 이것은 앞에서도 말씀드렸습니다만 18년 대비 19년을 얘기를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 최근에 아마 며칠 전에 2022년에 국가 단위 온실가스 배출량에 대해서 잠정치가 발표됐습니다. 그걸 갖다가 동일한 방법에 의해서 2021년 것과 비교를 해봤을 경우에는 오히려 이제 2021년에 비해서 경제와 인구 자체는 증가를 경제 성장은 경제 자체는 증가를 했습니다만은 우리가 이제 에너지 효율이라든지 에너지 원별 구성에 있어서는 온실가스 배출량을 줄이는 방향으로 작용을 하고 있다. 특히 이제 그 에너지 효율을 나타내는 즉 에너지 소비량을 갖다가 GDP로 나눈 그 부가가치당 에너지 소비량에 있어서는 굉장히 큰 폭의 이제 하락이 있었다 이렇게 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 이와 같은 것은 이제 저희가 이제 국가 단위로 하는 예를 보여드리는 거고요. 그다음에 또 그 업종, 산업별로는 그 업종이라든지 산업, 그다음 부문별의 특성을 반영해서 굉장히 보다 더 세밀한 분석을 하고 있습니다. 지금 여기서 화면에서 보여드리는 것은 전력 생산, 우리가 이제 전환 부분이라고 할 수 있는 전력 생산의 경우에는 전력 생산량뿐만 아니라 그다음에 전체 전력의 생산에 있어서 화석 연료로 생산하는 비중이 얼마냐, 그다음에 또 화석 연료의 경우에서도 연료별로 화석 연료별로 비중이 얼마냐, 그다음에 각각 화석 연료의 그 생산성, 효율성을 나타내는 지표, 그다음에 연료들의 또 같은 한 화석 연료 내에서도 어떤 카본 컨텐츠가 얼마만큼 되느냐 하는 내용도 저희가 보다 세분화해 갖고 분석을 해서 저희가 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이와 같은 분석은 업종, 그다음에 부문별로 그 업종 고유의 특성을 반영해서 굉장히 세분화시켜서 지금 저희가 분석을 하고 있다 하는 걸 말씀드리겠습니다. 이것은 저희가 이제 앞에서 말씀드린 그 전환 부분에 대한 그걸 보았을 경우에 결국 이제 전력 생산이 늘면서 그 다음에 전체적으로 봤을 경우에 이제 2015년 대비 18년의 경우에는 전력 생산이 늘어나고 그 다음에 화석 연료의 사용 비중 자체가 늘어났습니다. 그거에 비해서 전력 생산의 효율성이라든지 그 다음에 이제 화석 연료 중에 전체 그러니까 화석 연료 전체 중에서 이제 화석 연료의 효율성을 나타내는 것 자체는 좀 더 개선되는 측면으로 작용해 왔다 이렇게 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 앞에서 말씀드린 그것들은 저희가 한 정량적으로 이제 좀 약간은 애그리게이트되어 있는 그런 결과로 나타나는 배출 총량 근거에서 이제 분석을 해오는 거고요. 두 번째로 말씀드리는 것은 또 앞에서 말씀드린 그 감축 목표 설정할 때 어떤 기술을 도입해야 된다, 어떤 정책을 도입해야 된다 하는 그거에 근거해 가지고 목표가 설정되기 때문에 그와 같은 기술 정책이 도입이 되었는가 하는 파악하는 지표들을 개발을 했습니다. 그래서 그 지표를 국가 단위 혹은 부문별로 이렇게 얘기를 했습니다. 아까 앞에서 말씀하신 주 시장님께서 말씀하셨습니다만 대한민국에서 한 100개 이상의 지표를 가지고선 이걸 갖다가 분석을 하고 있습니다. 그와 같은 지표는 정성적인 지표도 있고 정량적인 지표도 있습니다. 그거 외에도 저희가 어떤 정책을 시행했느냐 시행하지 않았느냐 하는 그 이행 지표, 그다음에 그 이행 지표의 그 성과가 어떻게 나타나는지 하는 성과 지표까지 좀 다양한 지표를 포함해서 국가 단위 부문 업종별로 파악을 하고 있습니다. 네, 그래서 저희가 한 예로서 보면 국가 단위로 봤을 경우에 배출 총량을 하는 그 절대량뿐만 아니라 GDP당 배출량, 인구당 배출량, 그다음에 또 에너지당 전체 또 그 GDP 중에서 에너지를 얼마만큼 쓰느냐 하는 그런 것들을 지표를 나타내서 그 지표가 목표 혹은 전년도에 비해서 어떤 차이가 있느냐 하는 것들을 비교를 했습니다. 그래서 여기 보시면은 2021년 같은 경우에는 저희가 목표로 한 에너지 소비량이 있을 수가 있고 그것 대비 실질적으로 소비한 에너지 양이 있었습니다. 그래서 이제 액츄얼에서 타겟을 뺐을 때 이게 양의 숫자를 갖고 있으면은 목표대를 초과하는 경우고 반대로 네거티브 숫자를 갖고 있으면은 목표를 초과 달성한 걸로 이렇게 파악을 하고 수 있다고 보겠습니다. 그래서 산업이라든지 전환 부문 같은 경우는 오히려 목표 대비 배출량이 낮았다 이렇게 볼 수 있고 반면에 오히려 2021년 같은 경우에는 건물이라든지 교통 부분, 수송 부분에서 오히려 목표를 초과하는 배출이 일어났다 이렇게 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 그러한 같은 그 지표는 앞에서도 말씀드렸듯이 전환 부분, 그다음에 교통 부분, 산업 부분에 대해서도 각각의 고유 특성을 나타내서 하고 있습니다. 그래서 일부분의 경우 그리고 그걸 한 그 정도를 갖다가 정량적으로 파악할 수 있는 건 숫자뿐만 아니라 저희가 색으로서 한 목표를 100% 이상 달성했을 경우에는 초록색, 한 80에서 100% 정도 수준일 때는 노란색, 80% 이상의 목표가 달성됐을 경우에는 빨간색해서 빨간색 같은 경우는 보다 그 원인을 파악하고 개선한다거나 혹은 목표 자체를 갖다가 현실을 반영해서 수정이 필요한 경우 수정하는 그러한 피드백 과정을 갖다가 거친다고 보겠습니다. 예를 들어 여기서 이제 산업 부분에 우리 발런터리 어그리먼트라고 얘기하는 자발적 협약 같은 경우에는 어떤 그 가입한 그 기업의 숫자보다는 그 가입이 증가했느냐 하는 그런 지표들을 갖고서 파악하는 경우도 있다 말씀드리겠습니다. 그래서 이와 같은 저희들의 그 경험에 근거해 가지고 앞에서도 말씀드렸지만 한국의 경우에는 글로벌 그 스탁테이크뿐만 아니라 국내적으로도 감축 목표 설정뿐만 아니라 그 이행에 대해서도 굉장히 많은 관심과 어떤 정책의 그 성공 여부를 결정할 수 있다 하는 그런 관점에서 2020년부터 이행 평가를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 결국 이제 그 한국의 입장에서는 이행 평가를 할 수 있는 그 기초라든지 방법론에 대해서는 계속 개선의 여지가 있습니다만은 어느 정도 체계는 갖추고 있다 해서 할 수 있다고 보겠습니다. 이제 그와 같은 근거는 한국의 경우에는 감축 목표 설정부터 굉장히 좀 자세한 자료를 가지고서 분석한 결과다 이렇게 보겠습니다. 그리고 다만 이러한 그 이행 평가는 이런 그 감축 목표 이행에 대한 그 성과뿐만 아니라 그걸 가지고선 그 정책의 효과를 높이는 개선하는 데도 사용할 수 있고 또 그것뿐만 아니라 다음 앞으로 5년 단위로 설정해야 하는 그 감축 목표에도 목표를 갖다 설정하는 데도 귀중한 자료를 활용할 수 있다. 다만 이와 같은 이행 평가가 제대로 되기 위해서는 굉장히 많은 양의 방대한 데이터를 체계적으로 수집하고 또 그 수집된 데이터를 일관성 있게끔 잘 관리하는 것이 필요하다고 보겠습니다. 그래서 이와 같은 그 평가에는 앞으로도 계속 개선을 해나갈 것이고 아마 한국의 이런 경험들도 우리 여기에 참여하신 여러 분들과 같이 공유를 하고 또 이러한 것도 글로벌 스탁테이크에 있어서 뭐 국가 단위 평가는 하지 않습니다만은 국가 단위의 그 좋은 나은 성과들이 지속적으로 지구 온난화를 기후 변화를 완화시키는데 기여할 수 있는데 충분한 역할을 할 수 있을 거라 생각합니다. 예, 뭐 이상으로 발표를 마치겠습니다. 예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing your insightful knowledge and information. Thank you very much once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to the end of the presentation session. And through the 4 presentations today, we were able to gain a better understanding of the GST being discussed under the Paris Agreement, as well as the efforts and needs for NDC implementation in each country. So on behalf of all participants here today, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the practitioners and experts for sharing their insights on global greenhouse gas reduction efforts. So we'll proceed to the panel discussion, aiming to delve deeper into the impact and implications that the results of the global stocktake may have on us. So panelists, including our moderator, please come forward to the stage. Welcome your speakers and panelists. Mr. Gonzalo Gavialo here, climate change expert of CAOS. Mr. Ali Wakamali, yes, Dr. Ulia Gliad, the speakers, and Professor Yu Seung-jik. Also, we have Professor No Dong-un, Professor of Hanyang University, Mr. Choi Sun-du, Director of GHG Reduction Research Team, GIR, and also we have Dr. Lee Si-hyung, Senior Manager of Korea Chamber of Commerce and Industry Sustainable Management Institution. And lastly, we have moderator, Dr. Jung Eun-hae, the president of GIR. So now we have moderator and speakers on the stage. Please give them a big round of applause. Moderator, please.
네, 잘 들리시나요? 네. 이 회의를 처음 준비를 4월 달쯤 시작했을 때 글로벌 스탁테이크 이 아까 김효은 대사님께서 말씀하셨던 것처럼 이 두바이 캅이 글로벌 스탁테이크 캅이 될 거라고 이제 모두들 예상을 했기 때문에 굉장히 좋은 주제라고 생각해서 준비를 했는데 6월 아마 협상회의 여기 많이 가신 분들도 계실 텐데 그때 어느 정도 신테시스 리포트도 나오고 뭐 컨텐츠에 대해서 어느 정도 어그리가 될 거라고 생각했는데 그게 생각보다 좀 늦어졌어요. 그래서 이렇게 구체적인 내용을 가지고 하기보다는 전반적으로 우리 엑설런 프리젠터 분들께서 또 GST에 대해서 전반적인 내용을 또 말씀해 주시고 또 개도국 입장에서 NDC 이행 과정에서의 어려움과 또 챌린지와 앞으로 어떻게 해야 될 것인지에 대한 말씀, 그리고 또 굉장히 중요한 말씀해 주신 것 같은데 그 이제 인벤토리의 중요성, 이 글로벌 스탁테이크라고 하는 게 앰비션을 높이는 것뿐만 아니고 이 데이터가 어떤 데이터가 어떻게 컬렉돼 가지고 이게 앞으로 반영되는지가 굉장히 중요하다고 하시는 말씀, 또 우리나라의 그 온실가스 감축과 배출 궤적, 그리고 그 어떻게 보면 이제 내셔널 스탁테이크에 해당되는 거죠. 이 한국의 내셔널 스탁테이크에 대해서 또 많은 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 지금 시간이 보니까 한 50분 정도 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 처음 한 20분 정도는 지금 패널리스트 분들한테 미리 좀 준비해 달라고 말씀하신 내용을 중심으로 각 패널리스트 분별로 5분씩 발표를 해주시고, 그 다음에는 이제 패널리스트 분들 또 여기 프리젠터 분들이 뭐 원하시는 질문이라든지 또 미리 이렇게 레지스터 해주신 질문, QR 코드 통해서 지금 이렇게 질문하실 것들, 그런 것들을 보고 또 현장에서 질문하실 것들에 대해서 보고 이 질문하고 답변하고 이렇게 인터랙티브하게 진행할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 이제 노동훈 교수님, 한양대 교수님이시고요. 지금 오랫동안 기후변화 협상의 과정에서 특히 미티게이션 쪽에서 오랫동안 일을 해오셨습니다. 글로벌 스탁테이크 그 현재까지의 어떤 진행 상황이라든지 앞으로 어떤 전망, 그리고 또 무엇보다 이제 글로벌 스탁테이크라고 하는 것이 한국에 또 어떤 의미를 가질 것인지에 대해서 생각을 좀 나눠주시면 감사하겠습니다.
예, 반갑습니다. 예, 제가 이 자료는 좀 먼저 이게 좀 제 이야기를 하면서요, 같이 질문도 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 GST의 절차는 아까 저 곤잘로가 다 설명했기 때문에 넘어가도록 하고요. 다음 두 번째 넘겨주시면요. 다음 페이지. 예. 최근에 이제 GST를 둘러싸고요, 어떤 논의가 이슈가 있었는지 좀 위로 좀 올려주시면, 이슈 사항을 좀 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 좀 더 올려주세요. 먼저 저 쟁점 사항을 보시면요, 좀 올려주시면요. 쟁점 사항을 보시면요, 예. 먼저 제가 미티게이션 쪽으로 이렇게 설명드리겠습니다. 먼저 감축 분담의 형평성, 에코티 문제가 있고요. 그다음에 프리 2020에 대한 이야기들이 있고요. 그리고 이제 카본 버짓에 대한 이야기도 좀 있는데요. 이걸 좀 한번 선진국하고 개도국 좀 차이를 보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 선진국 쪽에서는요, 입장차가 두 그룹이 나타나기 때문에 이 화석 연료 투자하고 화석연료 보조금에 대한 것들을 좀 중단해야 된다. 그리고 2050년까지 이 저감 장치가 부착되지 않는 화력 발전소 다 폐지를 해야 된다, 이런 측면이고요. 그리고 무엇보다 이제 IPC 보고서를 인용하고요. 2050년까지 이 넷제로 에미션을 달성해야 된다. 특별히 온실가스를 많이 배출하는 국가들 책임이 좀 많이 높다라고 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 지금 아까 저 곤잘로도 이야기했지만 백워드뿐만 아니고 포워드 루킹, 그러니까 이제 이행 점검을 이렇게 해가는 이런 시스템이 좀 구축될 필요가 있다라고. 이게 물론 이제 컬렉티브 프로그레스를 체크하는 거지만 그 어차피 이제 개별 국가들의 이야기도 나중에 나올 수밖에 없을 것 같은데 아마 그런 것들 좀 체계를 갖춰야 할 것 같다. 그리고 실제로 이제 적용 가능한 솔루션이 제시가 돼야 된다. 그리고 글로벌 메탄 플랫지에 대한 것도 이야기가 돼야 되고요. 특히 이제 NDC에 빠져 있는 그 인터내셔널 트랜스포테이션 이쪽 분야에 대한 것도 있어야 되고요. 또 마지막은요, 국제 탄소 시장인데 이게 파이낸스와 관련된 것들인데 이쪽에 활성화가 돼야 된다는 그런 입장인 거고요. 또 개도국은요, 이 반에서요, 특별히 이제 IPCC에서 국가별 여건들이 포함되지 않았다. 그러니까 선진국 쪽에서 이야기하는 다 NDC의 앰비션을 올려야 된다고 한다는데 국가별 여건을 반영해야 된다는 그런 입장들이고요. 특히 이제 화석연료 소비를 줄인다는 것은 특별히 이제 석유 수출국들 중동국가 위주로요, 국가 여건에 따라서 정할 일이지 내셔널리 디터민드라고 하는 것을 강조를 해서 일률적으로 해서는 안 된다는 이야기들이고요. 그다음에 CCS하고 CDR, 이건 굉장히 비용 효과적인 이 감축 수단이다. 여기에 대한 입장들 굉장히 차이가 납니다. 이건 선진국 개도국 차이가 아니고요. 기술을 가지고 있는 국가 그렇지 않은 국가 간의 입장 차이라고 이렇게 할 수 있는 것 같고요. 그 형평성 측면에서 그러니까 이 개도국의 여건에 맞는 것들을 많이 반영해야 된다는 것들이고요. 그다음에 이 투자 중요성 이런 것들이고 특히 이제 좀 더 올려주시면요. 역사적 배출량에 대한 것들 이게 선진국이 과거에 배출량을 많이 배출했는데 선진국이 선도적인 역할을 해야 된다 이런 측면들을 가지고 있습니다. 예, 다음 보시면요. 특별히 이제 또 최근에요 탄소 카본 보더 메저에 같은 이런 것들에 대한 것들을 상당히 우려를 표하고 있고요. 또 청정 에너지, 클린 테크놀로지하고 클린 프로덕트에 대한 블록화들 굉장히 우려를 하고 있습니다. 특별히 이제 또 선진국들이 기술을 독점하고 있는 것들 이런 것들을 개동은 많이 우려를 하고 있습니다. CMA 결정문에서요 명확한 로드맵을 좀 했으면 좋을 것 같다. 앞에서 말씀드린 로스 앤 데미지 이거 뭐 협상에서 굉장히 이슈가 많이 됐던 것들입니다. 어댑테이션 하나로 들어가느냐 결국 이제 로스 앤 데미지를 별도의 의제로 뽑아내야 된다는 것들이고 여기에 또 리스폰스 메저 여기까지 같이 이게 별도의 의제로 올라와 있습니다. 그리고 특별히 이제 프리 2020 이걸 좀 점검하는 이런 시스템이 도입될 필요가 있다고 이야기를 합니다. 여기 보시면요, 이제 아까 그 형평성 측면에서요, 카본 버짓이요, 1.5도를 달성하는 워킹그룹 1하고요, 이번에 제6차 평가보서 나온 것들, 워킹그룹 3 이쪽을 한번 보시면요, 2020년에서 탄소 중립을 달성하는 시기, 그러니까 2050년으로 이렇게 이야기되고 있잖아요. 510기가 CO2톤인데요. 그런데 중요한 것은 2100년까지 보면요, 320기가 CO2톤입니다. 그러니까 네거티브 에미션이 200기가 CO2톤이 있어야 된다고 한다는데 이런 측면에서요. 이런 측면에서 상당히 이제 형평성에 입각하는 앞으로 온실가스 감축 부담 이걸 개도국이 많이 이야기를 하고 있는데 현실적으로 이런 게 반영되기가 굉장히 어려울 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다. 물론 뭐 개도국 입장에서 많이 이런 것들 이야기하고 있겠지만 현실적으로 굉장히 어려운 주제들이라고 하고요. 다음 한번 넘겨보시면요. 이건 아까 이번에 이제 GST 결과 구조에 대한 입장들이 이번에 채택이 됐다고 보기보다는요 컨클루전 많이 이야기됐는데요. 한번 스트럭처를 보시면요 프리엠블하고요, 그 다음에 그 크로스 커팅 이슈하고요, 이제 컬렉티브 프로그레스라는 건데 오버워칭 메시지하고 여기서 미티게이션, 어댑테이션, 민스 오브 임플리멘테이션 이게 우리가 전통적으로 지금까지 봐왔던 의제들이죠. 그런데 하나 중요한 것은 밑에 보시면요 파이낸셜 플로우에 대한 이야기도 더 들어가 있고요. 좀 밑으로 내려보시면요 로스 앤 데미지 그리고 리스폰스 메저 이런 것들이 굉장히 강하게 들어가 있다는 것들입니다. 그럼 물론 인터내셔널 코퍼레이션은 중요하고요. 마지막이에요. 이 가이던스하고 웨이 포워드 이런 것들 아까 말씀드린 앞으로 어떻게 이행 점검을 해갈 것인가도 관련돼 있다고 봅니다. 좀 뒤로 넘겨보시면요. 그다음에 이제 우리 의장 이제 사회자님께서 저한테 이제 앞으로 협상이 어떻게 될 것인지 이야기를 해달라고 하셨는데 더 넘겨보시면요. 더 쭉 넘겨보시면 이거는 생략토록 하겠습니다. 예. 앞으로 어떻게 될 것인가? 근데 아마 이게 아까 구조로 나와 있지만요 모든 요소들이 다 들어가 있습니다. 근데 가장 중요한 것은 미티게이션이 아니겠는가 하는 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 미티게이션 위주로 모든 요소가 다 들어가긴 하지만 미티게이션 위주로 디시전은 채택될 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다. 그러나 그 디시전 안에요 미티게이션에 대한 강력한 메시지는 들어가기는 아마 굉장히 어려울 것 같다 그런 생각이 들고요. 그래서 아까 저 곤잘로가 이야기했듯이 그 이외에 뭐 테크니컬 어세스먼트라든지 이런 걸 이야기했었는데 여기서 하나 저는 어떻게 결과가 될지는 잘 모르겠지만 곤잘로한테 한번 이야기를 해보고 싶은 게 과연 어떤 형태의 결과가 나올 것인지 한번 거기에 대한 코멘트를 한번 해주시면 좋을 것 같고요. 또 하나 좀 넘겨보시면요. 쭉 더 하나 넘겨보시면요. 예, 더 넘겨보시면요. 더 넘겨보시면요. 예, 쭉 밑에 표가 하나 있습니다. 쭉 넘겨보시면요. 예, 여기요. 예, 여기 보시면 이 non conditional NDC가요. 물론 이제 우리가 이 베이스라인이라고 하는 것들이 현 정책 유지했을 때 2030년 58기가 CO2인데 non conditional NDC를 했을 때 55기가 CO2입니다. 근데 여기서 만약 컨디셔널 NDC를 하게 되면요 52기가 CO2입니다. 그래서 이제 이쪽 부분 좀 알리한테 한 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 만약 그 100 빌리언의 GCF가 동원이 된다고 한다면 과연 저기서 이제 우리가 나아갈 길 이게 33기가 CO2를 달성해야 되는데 과연 그 GCF라 있는 돈이 지원이 됐을 때 개도국들이 어떻게 저 33기가 CO2를 달성할 수 있는지 어떤 좋은 아이디어가 있는지를 한번 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 이게 보시면요. 현재 낸 NDC를 8배 수준으로 강화를 해야 1.5도 달성을 할 수 있다는 것들입니다. 굉장히 이게 이슈가 되는 것들인데 아까 제가 곤잘로한테 이야기했듯이 어떤 형태라고 됐든지 제 개인적인 의견은 UNFC 파리 협정 틀 안에서는 이 개별 당사국에 대한 굉장히 압력을 가하기 어려울 것 같다. 그래서 아마 투 트랙으로 갈 가능성이 있는데 일단 파리 협정 안에서는 그 틀 안에서 이 GSD 틀 안에서 압력을 가하지만 두 번째 아마 큰 압력은 UN 차원에서 클라이밋 서밋 차원에서 각국의 VIP들 불러다가 정책인 압력을 가할 가능성이 높다. 이 부분도 곤잘로가 좀 같이 이야기해 줬으면 좋을 것 같습니다. 다음 쪽 넘기시면요. 자, 그러면 이게 이제 이거 갭 리포트에서 보여드린 것들인데요. 이 언컨디셔널 NDC를 해도 추가적으로 23기가 CO2를 감축을 해야 되는 것들을 보여주고 있습니다. 쭉 넘기시면요. 그럼 우리나라한테 어떻게 이야기하겠느냐? 쭉 넘겨보시면요. 예. 보시면 우리나라는요. 예, 우리나라에 미치는 영향은 GSD 결과를요. 다음 넘겨보시면요. 예, 됐습니다. GSD 결과를 통해서 2030년 NDC를 상향해야 한다고 하는데 우리 대한민국은 굉장히 열심히 하고 있습니다. 뒤에 표 보여드리겠지만 탄소 중립에 대한 법제화를요. 대한민국은 14번째로 세계 14번째로 작년에 이미 완료했습니다. 그래서 우리나라는 굉장히 열심히 하고 있다. 그리고 2050년 트랙을 잘 따라가고 있다는 것들을 해드리고 싶고요. 2050년 탄소 중립을요 일관성 있게 이행해가는 국내에서 이행이 굉장히 중요하다. 아까 말씀드린 것처럼. 근데 하나 더 중요한 것은요. 국내에서 특히 산업계에 대한 대응 조치들, 구조 전환이 일어나고 있는 것들에 대한 충분한 고려가 있어야 산업계가 협조해서 돌아올 수 있다는 것들, 이런 것들이 충분한 고려가 있어야 한다고 합니다. 다음 마지막 그림 보시면요. 이게 지금 갭 리포트 나온 것들인데요. G20 국가들을 보시면요. 호주, 캐나다, 이쪽 EU 이런 국가들, 특히 우리나라 대한민국 보시면요. 2050년 NDC 탄소 중립을 향해서 2030년 NDC도 이 노선상에 경로상에 있습니다. 그래서 앞으로는 중요한 것은요. 파리 협정을 어떻게 잘 이행해 가고 있는지 내년부터 이제 BTR을 내잖아요. 2년 단위로 계속 아주 철저하게 점검해 가기로 되어 있는데 요것만 잘 이행하고 있다는 것을 해주는 것도 굉장히 중요할 것 같고요. 그래서 우리나라는 그걸 좀 강조해 주는 것이 굉장히 중요하지 않겠나 이렇게 합니다. 예, 제 발표 여기 마치도록 하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 굉장히 상세하게 이제 예상과 또 우리의 임플리케이션에 대해서 말씀해 주시고 질문도 사실 알리하고 곤잘레스에게 했는데 그건 좀 전체적으로 이거 다 패널리스트 분들 말씀 다 듣고 다시 이 프리젠터 분들께 질문 한꺼번에 그 질문에 대한 답을 듣는 걸로 하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 이제 뭐 한국의 상황에 대해서 조금 끝 무렵에서 말씀을 하셨는데 그 최선두 온실가스 종합정보센터 감축팀장님께서 그러니까 한국의 상황에 대해서 그리고 내셔널 스톡테이크 해당되는 물론 유숙진 교수께서도 어느 정도 말씀하셨지만 한국의 정부에서의 어떤 노력들에 대해서 조금 말씀해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 저는 우리나라 그 온실가스 감축 목표 이행 계획에 대해서 소개를 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 그 앞선 발제들을 통해서 저희가 앞으로 국제사회에서 온실가스 감축의 동향, 방향 그리고 특히 GST에 대한 강조 이런 것들을 잘 알 수 있었습니다. 그리고 정은혜 센터장님과 또 김효은 그 대사님께서 말씀하셨듯이 언급하셨듯이 올해 28회 그 COP에서는 이 전 지구적 이행 점검이 중요한 아젠다가 될 것을 전망입니다. 이건 이제 국제사회가 그동안은 감축 목표 제시하는 것에 그쳤다면 앞으로 이제 여기서 나아가서 국제사회가 실제 감축 목표 이행을 어떻게 해낼 수 있는 것이냐 이거를 훨씬 더 강조하게 보고 있는 것 같습니다. 우리나라도 그동안 이제 감축 목표를 제시하곤 했지만 앞으로는 이제 우리가 이 감축 목표들을 어떻게 달성하고 있고 그걸 달성하기 위해서 어떤 노력을 하고 있는지 그리고 달성을 구체적인 숫자를 통해서 증명해야 되는 상황에 있다고 느끼고 있습니다. 다행히 지난 6월 22일 우리 그 탄노위에서 기본계획에 대한 이행 점검 계획을 수립해서 저는 오늘 이 자리에서 우리나라가 국제적 이런 흐름과 비슷한 맥락에서 앞으로 이행 점검을 강조하고 있다는 부분을 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 올해 그 이행 점검 계획에 소개하기 앞서서 얼마 전에 7월 25일 발표한 우리나라 22년 잠정 배출량에 대해서 간략히 소개를 드리겠습니다. 뉴스를 통해서 많이 알고 계시겠지만 22년 잠정 배출량을 산정해 본 결과 잠정 배출량이 21년에 비해서 약 3.5% 감소한 것으로 산정이 되었습니다. 이는 배출량이 가장 높았던 2018년도에 비해서는 약 10% 정도 감소한 수치인 것으로 평가되고 있습니다. 물론 작년에 그 배출량이 감소한 것에는 추가적인 분석을 해봐야 되겠지만 현재까지는 작년에 있었던 흰남노 태풍 영향이나 또는 국제적인 경기 둔화의 영향 등 외부적인 요인이 개입한 것도 일부 사실인 것 같습니다. 그 외에도 신재생 에너지나 원전 비율의 확대 그리고 석탄 발전을 감소하는 등 이 적극적인 그 에너지 믹스와 그리고 이 저공해 자동차 보급 확대 등의 이 정책적 효과도 상당 부분 반영된 것으로 저희는 평가를 하고 있습니다. 특히 이번 잠정 배출량과 GDP를 비교해 보면 GDP가 2.6% 증가한 상황에서도 배출량이 3.5% 감소한 것은 상당히 중요한 의미를 가지고 있다고 봅니다. 이건 이제 배출량, 온실가스 배출량을 저감시키면서도 경제 성장을 함께 가져갈 수 있는 것을 보여주는 사례가 아닌가 하는 생각에서 중요한 의미를 갖는다고 저는 보고 있습니다. 이렇게 작년 잠정 배출량을 보면 22년도에는 우리나라가 배출량을 어쨌든 배출 목표 내에서 관리하고 있었던 성과가 있었던 거 아닌가 이렇게 보고 있습니다. 다음은 올해 이제 이행 점검 계획 방향에 대해서 간략히 소개를 해드리겠습니다. 우리나라는 지난 4월달에 탄소 중립 녹색성장 기본 계획을 수립했고 여기에서 2025년까지 탄소 중립 사회로 이행한다는 비전을 세우고 2030년 배출량을 2018년도 배출량의 40%까지 줄이는 목표를 설정한 바 있습니다. 우리나라 산업 구조가 제조업과 또 중화공업 중심이기 때문에 이 40% 감축 목표는 상당히 도전적인 목표로 보고 있습니다. 다만 이런 도전적인 목표를 잘 관리하기 위해서는 매년의 그 이행에 대한 상황, 이행 점검이 중요하다고 보고 있습니다. 이런 이행 점검을 통해서 발견된 미흡 사항이 발견되거나 하면 즉시 신속하게 이제 개선, 보완해서 목표에 근접할 수 있도록 관리하는 이행 점검이 굉장히 중요합니다. 이런 이행 점검을 위해서 저희가 이행 점검단을 구성해서 운영할 계획입니다. 총괄 조정팀과 4개 분야별 점검팀으로 운영을 합니다. 보통 한 점검팀별로 17명 내지 19명 정도의 전문가 이해 관계자로 구성이 됩니다. 특히 이행 점검의 신뢰성과 투명성을 저희가 높이기 위해서 탄노기 위원 그리고 전문가 이외에도 미래 세대라든지 그다음에 시민단체 활동가를 포함시켜서 이행 점검의 투명성, 신뢰성을 확보할 계획입니다. 이행 점검은 두 가지 방향으로 진행이 됩니다. 온실가스 감축 목표 달성 부분과 정책 과제 추진 상황으로 이제 나누어서 추진되게 되는데 온실가스 감축 목표 점검은 올해 나온 잠정 배출량을 토대로 해서 감축 수단별 이행 실적을 분석 평가하게 됩니다. 그리고 이 정책 과제에 대한 점검은 82개 단위 과제들을 구성해 놓고 있는데 그거를 주간 부처별로 추진 실적을 토대로 점검을 실시하게 됩니다. 특히 온실가스 감축 목표는 현재 103개의 지표들을 가지고 관계 부처로부터 추진 실적 자료를 취합하고 해서 10월 내에 탄노기에서 심의 의결을 거쳐서 마무리하는 그런 일정을 가지고 있습니다. 정책 과제에 대한 점검은 12월까지 관계 부처들이 각 실적 보고서를 취합해서 내년 2월까지 탄노기에서 종합 보고서를 통해 마무리하는 그런 일정입니다. 이런 이행 점검 결과는 향후 2035년 NDC를 수립할 때 부문별 감축 목표 설정에 중요한 참고 자료로 사용할 것이며 파리 협정에 따라서 24년 제출하게 될 경년 투명 보고서에도 중요한 참고 자료로 활용될 그런 계획이 있습니다. 이러한 일정을 가지고 앞으로 저희는 이제 저희 온실가스 종합정보센터는 탄노기 그리고 관계부처와 긴밀하게 협력해가면서 우리나라가 세운 NDC에 나와 있는 부문별 감축 목표 달성을 적극적으로 지원하도록 노력할 계획입니다. 네, 이상입니다.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 한국의 정부에서 추진하고 있는 이행 점검 과정에 대해서도 상세히 말씀해 주셔서 감사하고 시간을 또 잘 지켜주셔서 감사합니다. 이제 저희가 이시영 대한상공회의소 박사님을 모셨는데 이제 이 보고서 여러 개들을 보면 2030까지 난스테이트 파티가 이제 CO2 이미션을 거의 20기가톤까지 할 수 있다, 이런 포텐셜이 있다, 이런 얘기들이 있는데 한국의 경우에도 대기업들을 비롯해서 굉장히 큰 포텐셜을 가지고 굉장히 적극적인 노력을 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 기업 입장에서, 프라이빗 섹터 입장에서 어떤 노력하고 있는지, 그리고 글로벌 스탁테이크에 대해서 어떤 기대와 어떤 우려를 갖고 계시는지를 좀 말씀해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 대한상공회의소의 이시영이라고 합니다. 먼저 14번째 국제 온실가스 컨퍼런스 개최를 축하드리고 정은혜 센터장님 초대해 주셔서 감사하고 준비하시느라고 많은 고생하신 모든 분들께 감사 인사를 좀 드리고 싶습니다. 저 오늘 이 자리가 국가의 온실가스 인벤토리 교육의 일환으로 추진되고 있는 거라고 들었습니다. 그래서 우리나라가 온실가스 인벤토리에 얼마나 많은 투자를 하고 얼마나 오랫동안 신뢰성을 확보하고 투명성을 확보하기 위해서 노력해 왔는지 많은 개도국 국가들과 함께 공유하고 이야기 나눌 수 있는 시간이었다고 생각이 들고요. 지금 우리나라는 2015년부터 온실가스 배출권 거래제를 시행하고 있습니다. 그래서 기업 단위에서도 지금 인벤토리 작업이 굉장히 오랫동안 인벤토리 신뢰도를 쌓기 위해서 오랜 노력을 했는데요. 오늘 같은 자리에 이제 기업의 인벤토리까지 좀 포함해서 국가와 기업의 인벤토리를 교육하는 그런 과정이 굉장히 중요할 거라고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 좀 그런 부분까지 좀 연계해서 이제 프로그램이 좀 구성이 됐으면 좋겠다라는 말씀을 좀 드리면서요. 먼저 제가 오늘 드리고 싶은 말씀을 이야기 드리겠습니다. 네. 저는 파리 협정의 기본적인 어떤 기본적인 정신, 그리고 교토 체제와의 차이점이 자발성에서 온다고 생각을 합니다. 우리가 교토 정서를 했을 때 전 세계 목표를 정해놓고 그 목표를 달성하기 위한 감축량을 가꾸게 할당하다 보니까 실제로 그 목표를 지키기가 굉장히 어려웠던 것 같습니다. 그래서 교토 정서 2차 공약 기간에 참여한 국가들이 거의 EU 국가들밖에 남지 않았었는데요. 파리 협정은 지금 거의 전 세계 모든 국가들이 참여하고 있습니다. 그 이유가 자발적으로 목표를 수립하고 이행하기 때문인 것으로 저는 이해를 하고 있습니다. 이렇게 파리 협정에서 자발성을 강조하는 것이 굉장히 중요한 포인트라고 생각을 하는데요. 대신에 이 자발성이라는 거를 좀 보완하기 위해서 우리가 GST라고 하는 글로벌 스탁테이크와 커뮤니케이션이라는 부분이 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면 우리가 전 세계적인 국가 목표를 달성하기 위해서 이제 전 세계적인 목표를 달성하기 위해서 우리가 얼마나 노력하고 있고 현재 상황이 어느 정도인지를 반드시 알 수 있어야 우리가 1.5도씨 목표나 2도씨 목표를 달성하는 데 큰 도움이 되기 때문에 GST가 진행이 된다고 생각을 하고요. 또 자발적으로 목표를 세우고 자발적으로 이행을 하다 보니까 우리가 어떤 노력을 기울였는지에 대한 설명이 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 그래서 지금 이 교육도 마찬가지로 우리나라의 온실가스 관리 정책, 우리 인벤토리 시스템 이런 것들을 많은 국가들하고 소통을 하면서 우리가 이렇게 많은 노력을 하고 있다라는 것을 알려주는 것이 이 파리 협정에서는 굉장히 중요하다고 생각합니다. 그리고 기업도 마찬가지입니다. 제가 이해하기로는 이제 기업들도 ETS에 따라서 이제 규제적으로 어떤 감축 노력을 하고 있긴 하지만 자발적으로 하고 있는 감축 행동들도 굉장히 많이 있습니다. 그래서 그런 것들을 계속 이해관계자와 소통하고 정부와 소통해서 과연 우리가 어떤 노력을 하고 있는지 이런 것들을 잘 알리는 것이 파리 협정에서는 굉장히 중요하다고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 이번에 첫 번째 근데 여기서 재밌는 거는 이렇게 자발적으로 뭔가를 하는 데 있어서 우리가 글로벌 스탁테이크라고 하는 중간 평가 같은 과정이 들어왔다는 거거든요. 그럼 이 GST가 과연 어떤 역할을 할까, 어느 정도의 영향력을 가질까, 라는 것이 이 파리 협정이 자발적으로 진짜 우리가 하는 행동들을 소통하면서 나아가면 되는지, 아니면 보다 뭔가 더 강제적으로 뭔가를 추가해야 되는지, 이런 것들을 파악할 수 있는 중요한 징검다리가 될 거라고 생각을 하는데요. 그래서 올해 GST의 첫 해라고 하는 것만큼 GST의 중요성을 우리가 파악해 볼 수 있는 굉장히 중요한 자리가 될 거라고 생각이 들고요. 앞서서 이 그래프 많이 나온 것 같습니다. 노동 교수님께서도 말씀을 해주시고 그 발표자 분께서도 그래프를 나오셨는데, 우리가 2015년에 NDC를 제출했을 때 그 자료들을 다 모아서 온실가스 배출량이 어떻게 될 건지를 전망해 봤을 때, 그때는 2030년이 배출 정점이었던 것 같아요. 근데 지금 우리가 작년 10월에 이제 종합보고서 나온 내용을 보면 우리가 2025년에 정점을 찍고 30년까지는 온실가스 배출이 줄어들 수 있다는 희망적인 메시지를 찾을 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 그러나 그럼에도 불구하고 아직까지 230억 톤, 1.5도씨 목표를 달성하기 위해서는 230억 톤의 추가 감축이 필요하다는 게 UNEP의 분석인 것 같습니다. 근데 우리나라가 아까 INDC라고 하는 첫 번째 NDC는 아니고 INDC라고 하는 이제 임시 NDC와 그리고 첫 번째 NDC를 제출했을 때 우리나라가 온실가스 감축 목표를 배출 전망에서 이제 절대량 방식으로 바꾸고 또 감축 목표도 상향해서 제출했기 때문에 우리나라의 이러한 노력들이 지금 이 첫 번째 INDC보다 24억에서 27억 톤 정도 온실가스가 더 줄어드는 그런 부분에 많은 역할을 했다고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 이런 부분도 계속해서 국가가 좀 이제 글로벌적으로 소통해 나가는 것이 굉장히 중요할 거라고 생각이 듭니다. 그리고 여기 보이시는 거는 제가 이제 잠정 배출량 얘기도 굉장히 많이 나왔는데, 우리나라 온실가스 배출량이 2018년에 7억 2,700만 톤을 기록하고 2019년, 20년 그리고 21년에 약간 올랐지만 다시 22년에 6억 5,450만 톤으로 줄어드는 경향을 보이고 있는 것을 봤을 때, 그래도 우리나라의 온실가스 감축 정책들이 굉장히 효과가 좀 있었다. 그리고 전 세계적으로 강력하게, 비교할 수 없을 만큼 강력한 온실가스 배출권 거래제를 도입한 국가로서 뭔가 이제 효과를 좀 보고 있는 것이 아닌가라는 예상을 드리면서 우리나라의 이런 노력들이 전 세계적으로 잘 알려졌으면 좋겠다는 말씀을 좀 드리고요. 근데 좀 한 가지 아쉬운 거는 우리만 자꾸 이렇게 잘하고 우리끼리 잘하고 있다 이렇게 얘기하지 말고 전 세계적으로 우리가 얼마나 노력하고 있는지 이런 것들을 많이 소통할 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 이거는 정부의 역할이라고 좀 생각이 드는데요. 탄녹이나 뭐 환경부의 역할이라고 생각이 드는데, 보시는 것처럼 기후변화 대응 지수라고 이제 글로벌 평가기관이나 시민단체에서 평가하는 그런 각국의 기후변화 정책에 대해서 평가하는 것들을 보면 우리나라가 63개국 중에 60위로 나왔습니다. 사실 이 정도로 온실가스 배출권 거래제를 도입하고 인벤토리 시스템을 구축하고 있는 나라가 사실 60위에 머물고 있다는 것은 조금 개인적으로 굉장히 아쉬운 부분이라고 생각이 듭니다. 그리고 뭐 글로벌 이제 카본 액션 트래커라고 하는 CAT라는 기관에서 지금 평가한 것도 굉장히 불충분하다라고 나와 있습니다. 그래서 우리가 GST가 비록 개별 국가에 대한 어떤 평가 체계는 아니더라도 앞으로 우리가 어떻게 글로벌한 인식 그리고 평가를 어떻게 개선해 나갈 건지에 대한 고민이 굉장히 필요하다는 시점이라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 올해 GST와 함께 GST의 결과는 이제 어쨌든 종합적인 거긴 하지만 우리나라의 노력을 제대로 알리고 우리나라가 어떻게 노력을 하고 있는지를 알려줄 수 있는 그런 방법들도 많이 찾았으면 좋겠습니다. 한국 산업계의 상황을 좀 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 한국 산업계도 사실은 정부 정책에 맞춰서 온실가스를 감축을 하고 있습니다. 우리나라가 아직은 탄소 중립이라고 하는 것에 대한 혁신 기술의 개발이 아직은 부족하기 때문에 지금 현재 도입되어 있는 감축 기술의 수준에 맞춰서 탄소를 감축하고 있습니다. 그리고 왼쪽에 보시는 그래프는 우리나라의 에너지 효율이, 탄소 배출 효율이 얼마나 급격하게 좋아졌는지를 보실 수 있는 그래프고요. 오른쪽에 보이시는 거는 2018년부터 20년 실제 정부의 감축 계획하고 실제 배출량을 비교했을 때 산업 부분이 얼마나 노력을 했는지를 보여드리는 그래프라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그러니까 산업 부분도 앞으로 자발적으로 더 많은 노력들을 하긴 해야 되겠지만 감축 기술의 개발이라든지 그리고 자발적 감축 행동의 지원이라든지 이런 인센티브 시스템이 반드시 구축이 될 필요가 있다라는 말씀을 드리면서 오늘 토론을 좀 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그 산업 부분에서의 어떤 노력 플러스 한국에서의 노력 그리고 그거를 좀 더 적극적으로 홍보할 필요성에 대해서도 말씀해 주신 것 같습니다. 그 미리 들어온 질문 중에 하나도 있었고 알리가 얘기한 그 디벨로핑 컨트리 그 내용에서도 있었는데 이제 트레이드 베리어 얘기가 있어가지고요. 나중에 다시 돌아올 때 그러니까 이 질문이 뭐였냐면 얼마나 이 트레이드 베리어로 사용되는 이 어떤 감축 정책이 얼마나 많은 나라에게 영향을 미칠 것이냐 그리고 그거에 대해서 어떻게 대응해야 된다고 생각하느냐라는 질문이었거든요. 아마 산업계인 우리 이시영 박사님이 답변해 주는 쪽이 좋을 것 같아서 조금 이따가 다시 여쭙도록 하겠습니다. 그 마지막 패널리스트이신데요. 그 정태용 교수님, 연세대 교수님은 얼마 전에 나온 AR6 워킹그룹 3 보고서에 또 리드오서로서 또 여러 가지 굉장히 적극적인 활동을 해오신 걸로 알고 있습니다. 이 카본 뉴트럴리티를 우리가 2050까지 이제 전 세계적으로 이루는 것이 그 파리 골 중에 하나인데 어떻게 보시는지 그리고 이 우리가 앞으로 글로벌 커뮤니티 또 뭐 내셔널이든 또 그 프라이빗 섹터 레벨에서든 어떤 쪽에서 조금 더 많은 노력을 기울여야 된다고 보시는지 말씀해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 먼저 이 GIR하고 우리 정은혜 센터장님 불러주셔서 감사하고요. 앞에서 발표자분들하고 토론자분들이 뭐 다 좋은 얘기를 하셨고 오늘 주제가 상당히 테크니컬한 거라서 뭐 제가 뭐 더 추가해서 드릴 말씀은 없을 것 같아요. 다만 좀 뭐 국제 협력 관련돼서 말씀을 조금 드려본다면 이게 한국을 포함해서 모든 국가들이 지향하는 어떤 국가의 목표가 서로 다르다는 것을 먼저 인정하고 시작할 필요가 있을 것 같아요. 이게 굉장히 중요한 전제인데 제가 이 클라이밋 체인지 관련된 논의를 오면 줄여야 된다, 해야 된다, 필요하다 등등에 대한 당위성에 대한 얘기가 너무 많아요. 그거를 부정하면 이 자리에 앉아 있을 필요 없으니까. 그러니까 그거보다는 결국 각 나라가 다 다르다라는 것이 출발점이 돼야 될 것 같고요. 그럼에도 불구하고 지금 기후변화 문제 갖고 이렇게 모여서 하는 이유는 이제 글로벌한 퍼블릭 구세 문제이기 때문에 그런 것 같아요. 한 나라가 해결할 수 없기 때문에 같이 해야 된다라는 그런 건데 IPCC 얘기 많이 하십니다만 지난 6차 보고서 쓰면서 정말 한 5, 6년 이상 굉장히 힘들었는데 IPCC 보고서의 메시지는 데이터가 2019년까지 데이터 쓴 건데요. 인류가 못했답니다. 2019년까지 보시면 지난 30년 동안 92년부터 기후변화 협약이 시작됐지만 첫 번째 메시지는 줄인 거 없답니다. 보시면 알겠지만 2019년까지 온실가스 계속 늘었지 줄지 않았습니다. 어느 지역이 줄고 어디가 늘고가 아니라 전 세계가 다 늘었습니다. 그거에 대한 반성이 일단 필요하고요. 2019년 이후에 코로나 때문에 한 2, 3년 동안 인간의 활동이 줄므로 인해서 약간 줄었다 늘었다 하는 상황에 있습니다. 그렇지만 지금까지 인류의 성적표는 별로 좋지 않답니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 앞으로 2030년, 2050년 뭐 탄소 중립까지 가자고 하는 목표가 부정적이냐 학자들이 평가한 보고서에 그렇지는 않습니다. 열심히 하면 되는데 어떻게 열심히 할 거냐 정책하고 오늘 얘기 많이 나온 돈 얘기도 좀 있었고 기술 얘기도 있었습니다만 그 세 개가 굉장히 중요한 수단이고 그것을 위해서 무엇을 해야 될 거냐에 대해서 아까 우리 노동원 교수님 갭 얘기 많이 하셨습니다만 각 나라가 한국을 포함해서 고민하는 건 이런 것 같습니다. 기본적으로 장기적인 목표 또 단기적인 목표가 있습니다. 그 사이의 갈등 그다음에 미티게이션 먼저 할 거냐 아까 파키스탄 얘기처럼 막 어댑테이션, 로스 앤 데미지 막 이런 게 개도국은 더 심각한 문제인데 그거 먼저 해야 되느냐 또 경제 발전이냐 환경 보전이냐 뭐 등등 여러 가지 또 노스, 사우스 국가들 간의 차이, 이 차이를 줄일 거냐, 이 차이를 어떻게 인식을 하고 줄여 나갈 거냐에 대한 각자 나름대로 200개 나름대로의 솔루션이 필요하겠죠. 그때 저희가 한국이 지금 잘한다, 뭐 못한다, 잘해왔다, 앞으로 잘할 거다 등등 이제 그런 얘기를 하는 거 포함해서 지금 저는 GIR이 지금 14번째 지금 이런 국제 행사를 한다는 게 굉장히 저는 중요하다고 생각을 하는데, 뭔가 한국이 잘했던 잘못했던 공유하겠다는 거지 않습니까? 한국의 경험이나 정책 경험이든 뭐 우리의 엑스퍼티즈든 이런 것을 공유한다는 거에 있어서 제가 늘 봐온 거는, 한국을 포함해서 여기 지금 선진국이나 국제기구에서 오신 분들도 많은 것 같은데 꼭 잘한 것만 얘기해요. 근데 한국이 분명히 지난 30년 동안 모든 걸 잘한 국가는 아니거든요. 특히 환경정책이나 기후정책에서. 그러면 개도국한테 필요한 거는 한국이 잘했다는 거를 물론 공유해 주는 거 필요하지만 한국이 잘못한 거, 그러니까 이렇게 하면 안 된다, 이렇게 하면 우리 사회적 비용을 엄청나게 많이 지불했다, 이 얘기도 좀 같이 해주면 좋겠어요. 그래서 그거는 꼭 한국뿐만 아니라 선진국들 마찬가지인 것 같고요. 그 다음에 제가 글로벌 스톡 테이킹 관련돼서 테크니컬리 드릴 말씀은 별로 없지만, 이 IPCC 보고서를 자꾸 인용하는 그 이유 중에 하나는, 지금 우리가 다루는 문제의 해결책을 찾는 방법이 정치나 정쟁이나 이런 게 아니고 사이언스, 과학에 기반해서 뭘 하자는 거 아니겠습니까? 그러니까 이제 그 과학에 기반해서 뭘 하자는 것 중에 저는 가장 중요한 게 데이터를 모으는 것도 있고, 그다음에 이승직 박사님, 교수님 오늘 아주 어려운 문제를 간단하게 몇 개 슬라이드로 보여주셨지만 그 과학에 기반된 데이터를 갖고 분석하신 거잖아요. 한국이 상황이 어떻다는 거를. 그래서 이 과학이라는 게 저는 지금보다 훨씬 더 정책이라든가 뭐 글로벌 스톡 테이킹 포함해서 모든 기후변화 관련된 일을 할 때 우리가 사이언스의 의미를 조금 더 깊게 생각하고 거기에 대해서 고민을 좀 더 많이 해야 될 것 같아요. 이게 투명성이라는 거하고 굉장히 관계가 있기 때문에 이 사이언스라는 거에 대해서 좀 더 고민을 해볼 필요가 있고요. 마지막으로 시간을 너무 써서 죄송합니다만, GIR이 저는 이제 생긴 지 지금 10몇 년 된 기관인데, 국내 기관으로 시작해서 지금 14번째 국제 행사를 한다는 건 좀 굉장히 의미가 있을 것 같습니다. 이게 GIR을 뭐 제가 칭찬하는 건 아니고, 우리가 클라이밋 체인지라는 거 이슈 자체가 지속성이라는 게 굉장히 중요한데, 14번이라는 국제 행사를 지금 지속적으로 개도국하고 뭔가 같이 공유하고 교환하고 한다는 거 자체가 굉장히 의미가 있어서 앞으로도 이게 어떻게 다 확대가 될지 모르겠습니다만 지속적으로 해주시는 게 굉장히 필요할 것 같고요. 그 과정에서 기술적으로 테크니컬한 논의를 하는 것은 아마 앞에 우리 이 박사님 말씀하신 대로 이 글로벌 스톡 테이킹의 새로운 프랙티스가 글로벌 사회가 이산화탄소를 줄이는데 어떤 역할을 할 건지 지금 아무도 모릅니다. 해보지 않은 거라서. 그렇지만 이 새로운 관행을 만들어가는 데 있어서 한국을 포함한 많은 국가들이 자발적으로 참여해서 긍정적인 결과를 얻어낼 수 있는데 도움을 줄 수 있다면 그게 큰 의미가 있는 거 아닐까 생각을 합니다. 네, 제 말씀 마칩니다.
네, 감사합니다. 우리가 이제 해야 될 일들에 대해서도 굉장히 잘 짚어주신 것 같습니다. 근데 시간이 지금 한 14분 정도밖에 안 남아서 질문을 이제 약간 배분을 하자면, 그 노동훈 교수님께서도 말씀하셨지만, 그러니까 What do we expect from the GST? 그러니까 What will happen in Dubai? 이거가 되게 여러 번 질문이 나왔던 것 같고, 이거를 곤잘레스가 답변을 해주시면 좋겠고요. 그리고 또 노동훈 교수님 말씀하신 건데, 그 파이낸스와 관련해서 if we GCF fund all the commitment, can we achieve 33 gigaton by 2030? 그 얘기시죠? 네. 그거 하시고, 그 세컨드 퀘스천이 또 하나가 있었는데, 이건 플로어에서 미리 발표 준비하셨던 건데 이런 거였어요. 그러니까 if global stock take fails, we cannot agree anything on Dubai. What do you think it will happen in carbon market? 그러니까 약간 그런 거를 우려하시는 것 같은데 그거에 대해서도 약간 파이낸스 쪽이니까 알리가 답변을 해주시면 좋겠고 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 그 이시영 박사님께서 트레이드 베리어로서의 미티게이션 메저가 어떤 영향을 미칠 것인지 어떻게 대응하고 있는지에 대해서 일단 한번 답변을 해주시고 플로어에서 추가적인 질문과 그 코멘트를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 먼저 곤잘레스부터 할까요? 네.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I think no one really has the answer for that, of course. If anyone had the answer for that, we would have had a decision before. But I can try to summarize what I think, even based on what I heard today, might be the outcome of the global stocktake in Dubai. I'm very certain that the messages coming from science are going to be very clear in the decision that our heads of state are going to adopt in Dubai. So there's going to be very clear messages that that we are not on track, that if the 2 degrees Celsius target is not achieved, there's going to be huge impacts, focusing on developing countries on the impact side. And I think in terms of looking back, it's going to be strong. But this is going to create a problem because I don't think that looking forward is going to be as strong. And this is going to create some sort of imbalance and some frustration because we can recognize that we're not doing enough, that science is clear, that we have to do more, but I don't think we can agree on what to agree in terms of doing more. I can see that this decision is saying that we need to do more, that we need to increase our ambition to align ourselves with the goals, always focusing on the mitigation side, I would say. But I think the discussion is going to grind to a halt when it comes to say, okay, we need to do more, but how do we do it? And then the discussion comes on who takes the lead, and then it comes to the issue of developing and developed countries, and the fact that there are a lot of countries nowadays that don't really know whether they are on one side or the other. And because there's a lot of countries in the gray zone, this issue of dividing between developing and developed does not necessarily create a clear message that the countries can then interpret in their own policy-making process. I think there's going to be a huge discussion in terms of finance and means of implementation, in particular because we were going to see, I would say, developed countries, industrialized countries, arguing that we need to align all financial flows with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And I believe developing countries are going to put a focus on the support needs and how much developed countries need to support developing countries in implementing their NDCs. And I think this is going to also create a difficulty in reaching an agreement. In this sense, I can somehow see that we may end up having a decision and a declaration, and eventually a declaration that is not signed by all. There's been the cases before that groups of countries, when they realize that the decision that can be achieved at the COP, the official decision, is lacking behind in terms of ambition, that they get together and instead of 190 countries signing a declaration, then we have 60 or 70 or 80 or 90 countries trying to politically push the message a little bit further, even though what counts is the official declaration decision. Just to conclude, I would like to highlight something which should be helping people in having a strong, forward-looking decision in Dubai, and this was mentioned clearly today several times, that it is possible, and it's proven almost everywhere, that you can decrease emissions while increase your economy. So this notion that the overriding priority is ending poverty, and as such, we cannot have climate change as our priority, it's becoming clear that it doesn't make sense because fighting climate change will fight poverty in different countries. So I think this can be important elsewhere. And yeah, I think the question and the key is precisely on the cost of transition. And the transition is upon us now, and how to avoid the big social price tag that was just proposed here. I think it's key to convincing countries moving forward and then implementing the outcomes of the global stocktake at home is having this magic wand on how to avoid the big social cost of transitioning to a low carbon pathway.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면 바로 이어서 알리. 예.
Yeah, thank you very much. Building on what Gonzalo has already explained, we actually about GST first, because I want to share some of my thoughts on that. We cannot predict what will happen in the upcoming COP, but we can see what happened in June when all the countries they gathered in Bonn for the SB session. What happened was that there was one agenda item request on mitigation that held hostage the whole agenda adoption for 12 days out of the 14 days of negotiations. So for the 12 days, the developed and developing countries, they were fighting vigorously on addition of the mitigation agenda item in the formal agenda of the negotiations. That means on the mitigation aspect, the countries are very much divided. And this will play out a lot, in my understanding, in the discussions on GST in the COP. And one important thing which was observed in the June session was while the developed and developing countries were fighting with each other over the agenda, the developing countries, they came up with a finance agenda item as a counter offer for the mitigation agenda item. So there will most likely be a linkage which we will witness in the COP between the mitigation as well as the finance or the means of implementation. Coming to your question, Doctor, that if $100 billion are put in GCF and given to the developing countries, and we actually define the way climate, and I assume that it is all grant-based public finance, and then even if it is sufficient enough to reach the much-needed 30 gigatons GHG emissions reduction, so my answer is that it will not be sufficient because only if you talk about Pakistan's NDCs, our financial needs we have estimated is more than $100 billion, and this is not even sufficient for one country. And in my presentation, I explained that 76 countries, which are roughly 50% of the developing countries, they costed their NDCs needs, and the needs they are expecting a finance of around $5 to $6 trillion, which is like way huge. Like the amount is. So this is. But one thing that doesn't mean that $100 billion grant finance public base is nothing. It is very important, and if it is available, it can actually trigger some meaningful climate action in developing countries that can be a catalyst for future climate action. So whatever we get, it is. I'm not saying that it is not important, but I'm saying that it is not enough. We need more. And coming to another aspect, that finance is, in my understanding, is not the only factor. This is not what I'm saying, that finance is the only thing which is needed for the NDC's implementation in developing countries. For example, take the case of my country, Pakistan. We witnessed a very worst floods in history of Pakistan last year. And the combined, the damage of Pakistan's economy was more than $40 billion. So it's like whatever we do, if we have floods in future, then in future, all those efforts can be lost because of that extreme weather event on which we don't have any control. So this, again, finance is very important. Finance is needed, but again, there are other factors. So it's important that we do take care of loss and damage in the GST as well, along with the adaptation and mitigation. And coming to the question about the markets you referred to, that in my understanding, even if GST do not come up with any robust, and I fear that, I hope that it will not happen, with any robust mitigation outcomes, then even then, in my understanding, that it's actually, we cannot presume that the carbon markets would collapse. Because currently the 6.4 mechanism, the rules and modalities of that mechanisms are actually being negotiated. The markets are not fully established, and even if there is like GST not very robust outcome, then even then the markets will have a chance. And GST is not the only process which can. We have a lot of hopes because of the coming COP, but then should be one. There is another process on which both developed and developing countries have agreed. That's the mitigation work program. So mitigation work program in coming years may come up with some recommendations that are robust enough to keep the carbon markets, for example, afloat. Thank you.
감사합니다. 그러면 이시영 박사님, 네.
네, 방금 질문받은 내용과 관련해서 사실 무역 장벽화는 우리나라가 제일 많이 걱정을 하고 있는 게 아닐까라고 생각을 하는데요. 사실 그 국가 단에서의 어떤 무역 장벽화보다도 지금은 이제 기업 단에서의 어떤 탄소 중립 요구, 아리백 요구, 재생에너지 사용 요구 이런 것들이 있다 보니까 기업은 훨씬 더 민감하게 빠르게 반응을 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 근데 어쨌든 이제 기업 단에서의 그건 논의고 GST 차원에서 본다고 하면 우리가 아까 제가 소통의 중요성을 말씀을 드렸는데 이번 협력의 중요성도 굉장히 중요할 것 같다는 말씀을 좀 드리고 싶습니다. 사실 GST가 감축에만 초점을 맞추고 있는 거가 아니라 적응이라든지 아까 얘기했던 자금 그리고 역량 배양 모든 부분에 지금 다 초점이 맞춰져 있기 때문에 우리가 무역 장벽화나 뭐 이런 얘기를 듣는 것보다는 사실은 국제적으로 같이 감축할 수 있는 부분을 찾고 협력하는 것들이 굉장히 중요할 것 같습니다. 기술 개발 측면에서도 그렇고 현재 우리가 경험한 지금 정 교수님이 말씀하셨지만 우리가 잘못했던 예전의 과거의 실수들 이런 것들을 겪지 않게 하려면 국제 협력을 많이 해서 그런 기술들을 보급하고 경험을 알려주는 것이 굉장히 중요할 것 같다는 생각을 하고요. 저는 그 이트모라고 하는 국제 이제 배출권 거래를 위해서 우리가 국제 협력 사업들을 해야 되는데 이런 인벤토리 교육이 인벤토리에서만 끝날 게 아니라 감축 진단하고 감축 기술을 보급 확산하는 그런 단계까지 확장이 된다고 하면 이런 패키지 지원의 굉장히 효용성이 굉장히 클 거라고 생각이 듭니다.
네, 감사합니다. 사실 질문 중에 이트모가 어떻게 지금 우리나라에서 준비되고 있는지에 대해서 한 질문도 있었는데 이제 뭐 국제 감축 활용하는 부분도 이제 우리 기본 계획에 들어 있지만 또 그걸 위한 레지스트리 같은 것도 또 그게 온실가스 종합정보센터에서 또 그 레지스트리를 만드는 작업을 또 하고 있는 거에서 이어서 말씀을 드립니다. 시간이 사실 이미 지나갔지만 플로우에서 한 두세 분 정도 질문을 받고 뭐 마무리하면 좋을 것 같습니다.
예, 저는 뭐 앉아서 잠깐 뭐 코멘트도 말씀하라고 그래서 코멘트를 잠깐 하겠습니다. 제가 그 송도에서 그 기후 변화 데이터를 보니까는 기후 변화를 그 배출된 탄소 때문에 막을 수 없다 이렇게 나와 있더라고요. 그런데 그래서 우리가 이제 그 기후 변화를 막을 수 있는 그 방법을 우리 인류가 이제 국제사회가 찾아야 된다고 봅니다. 그것을 우리가 이제 개도국이나 또 우리 국가에서 또 전 세계가 이제 그거를 찾는 방안을 이제 마련을 하고 그런 방법을 이런 컨퍼런스에서 이제 논의해야 된다고 보고요. 그 다음에 이제 또 이런 저감하는 노력도 이제 계속 해야 되고요. 그 두 방향으로 해야 된다고 이렇게 필요하다는 말씀을 드립니다.
네, 감사합니다. 커멘트셔가지고요. 더 많은 노력이 필요하다. 우리 모두 함께 그리고 기후 변화를 이제 막기 위해서 노력하는 게 필요하다 그런 뜻으로 말씀해 주신 것 같습니다. 또 혹시 플로어에서 다른 질문이나 코멘트 하실 분 있으실지요? 네, 시간이 거의 다 돼서 그럼 제가 오늘 논의했던 거 간단하게 정리하고 마무리 짓도록 하겠습니다. 이 회의를 준비할 때 뭐 저희가 국제 회의를 14번째 하고 있습니다만 그에 가장 중요한 이슈를 중심으로 그러나 그린하우스 가스 컨퍼런스이기 때문에 주로 미티게이션을 중점적으로 회의를 해오고 있습니다. 글로벌 스탁테이크에 대해서 또 그거의 임플리케이션에 대해서 국제적으로 또 국내적으로 어떤 임플리케이션이 있을지에 대해서 논의하는 자리가 되었고 특히 곤잘레스나 알리 또 올리비아 또 유승직 교수님 굉장히 좋은 발표를 통해 가지고 지금 어떤 것들이 두바이에서 이뤄질 것인지 그리고 그거의 임팩트는 어떨 것인지 그리고 각 국가에서 어떤 노력을 하고 있는지에 대해서 어느 정도는 충분한 논의가 있었다고 생각을 합니다. 여러 가지 얘기가 나왔는데요. 그러니까 GST를 통해서 결국은 갭을 이제 줄여야 된다. 그게 앰비션 갭, 뭐 여러 가지로 그 미티게이션, 어댑테이션, means of implementation의 갭을 줄이는 노력이 이제 가장 큰 이제 GST의 목적이자 중요한 컴포넌트인 것 같습니다. 근데 또 하나는 데이터, 아까 올리비아가 얘기한 것처럼 데이터에 또 우리 유승식 교수님께서 데이터를 바탕으로 여기 스탁테이크를 해주신 것처럼 데이터가 너무나 중요합니다. 그 임플리멘테이션 갭이 정말 실제로 우리가 하겠다고 한 거랑 실제로 한 것에 대한 그것을 분석하는 데이터가 기본적으로 그린하우스 가스 인벤토리 데이터고 또 그거를 저희가 또 온실가스 종합정보센터가 하는 입장에서 올해 내년 그리고 그 다음 해까지 굉장히 중요한 일이 앞에 놓여 있다라는 생각을 하게 됩니다. 올해 뭐 작년 잠정 배출량이 다행히 줄어서 다행입니다만 저희가 이제 공육 가이드라인에 맞춰서 만들어내는 인벤토리 데이터를 올해 말에 발표를 하도록 되어 있습니다. 그게 국가 온실가스 배출량도 그렇게 발표하고 256개 지자체별 온실가스 배출량도 발표를 하는데 그 내용에 대해서도 그 데이터를 제대로 분석하는 것도 매우 중요한 일인 것 같습니다. 두 번째는 내년에 모든 파티들이 다 제출하도록 되어 있는 바이애뉴얼 트랜스페런시 리포트가 연말까지 다 만들어져서 모든 국가들이 공유하게 되면 그때야말로 정말 전 세계적인 그리고 모든 국가에서 어떤 노력을 했는지 어떤 데이터 온실가스 이미션이 있었는지를 또 정확하게 파악하는 그런 그 계기가 될 것이라고 생각하고 모든 여기 계신 다양한 국가에서 오신 분들도 노력하고 계시지만 한국에서도 굉장히 노력하겠다라는 말씀을 드립니다. 마지막으로 2025년에 2035 NDC를 내야 됩니다. 이 모든 과정에서 파리 협정은 자발적이되 항상 앞으로 나가야 된다. 프로그레션의 원칙이 있잖아요. 그래서 2035 NDC를 또 지금부터 어떻게 준비해 나갈 것인지에 대해서도 결국은 그것이 글로벌 스탁테이크의 목적이기도 하니까요. 많은 관심과 또 노력이 필요한 것 같습니다. 이렇게 마무리를 짓도록 하고요. 오늘 굉장히 좋은 지금은 바쁘셔서 떠나셨지만 김효은 대사님 또 주대영 탄노기 차장님 그리고 곤잘레스 알리 또 올리아 우리 유승직 교수님 또 노동훈 교수님 또 최선도 팀장 이시영 박사님 또 정태영 교수님 이렇게 프리젠터 분들 많은 자료 잘 준비해서 발표해 주셔서 감사하고 마지막까지 열정적으로 참여해 주신 이런 모든 파티스펀트 분들께도 감사드립니다. 이것으로 14차 온실가스 국제회의를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Now we're closing the discussion session of the 14th IGC. Thank you for your attention and focus today, and special thanks to our excellent speakers. Now you may return to your seats. Thank you very much.